Good morning, everyone. Welcome. Today is January 14th, 2014, and this is a meeting of the regular meeting of the members of the New York State Liquor Authority. In attendance is Chairman Rosen, Commissioner Green, General Counsel Flug, Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, and myself is held. Our next regular meeting date is Tuesday, January 28th, and the February dates are on the 11th and the 25th, both to be held on Tuesdays.
He has an announcement.
You do have an announcement.
Yes, you're very quick.
Well, Chairman has an announcement to make.
I just wanted to wish our New York City Director of Licensing, Dana Christian, a happy birthday today. I won't tell you how old he is, but I will tell you that by far he's the oldest person employed by the agency.
Don't I look it?
No, you don't look it at all.
You good?
All right, now you can continue.
All right, all meetings are held in our New York City office with video conferencing available in our Albany and Buffalo locations. Items will be called in the order as they're signed in, first in Buffalo, then Albany, then here in New York City. When your matter has been called, please approach the podium and state your name clearly for the record. As a matter of courtesy, please turn off your cell phones. The first item we're calling in Buffalo is 215E, Mr. A's Village Corner Pub.
Other than that, what are you saying?
Good morning. My name's Steve Long. I'm here for Mr. A's Village Corner Pub, and this is Dr. Anthony Mobley, who's here with me.
Gotcha. You have anything, please?
Yeah, I'm fine.
Pardon?
The mayor is the chair. Did you get the letter from me?
Yeah.
Okay.
You okay?
Yes.
All right. I think we're ready to vote on this.
Approved.
Yeah, I'll approve it too. Good luck.
Thank you, sir. Very appreciate it.
213, Crystal Higby.
Good morning, Janet Coates. I'm here representing Crystal Higby and Crystal.
Good morning. We had asked for the applicant to appear.
Yes, so right now her husband is battling cancer, and she is in the state of Florida. That is where the chemo had to be done. She will be returning as of April to reside her residence here.
All right, because we have concerns. Her son was the prior licensee. His license was taken away. And now we have an application in her name. She has no experience in the industry. She's 77 years old, and she's not even in the state. So I think
Yes, sir.
I'm ready to vote on this application today.
Yeah, I am too.
All right.
I'm going to deny the application. I as well was concerned because there was no representation other than that the son isn't going to be involved in this establishment. And I understand you're the manager as of record. That place is allowing dancing, and you're going to have no security. So what you've provided was just really no supervision that I'm comfortable with, so I deny the application.
I deny it too. Thank you.
Thank you.
Is there any other items in Buffalo?
Jackie?
Did you want to put 192?
Yes.
Okay, item it's 192, it's discipline matter, Anthony Inigo. There is a relationship to the first item that was called, Mr. A's.
Who's present?
My name's Steve Long. I'm also appearing for Dr. A's, Anthony Mobley, Enterprises, Inc.
The offer of cancel and 1,000 bond. I accept.
I'll accept it also. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are we all set in Buffalo now?
We're all set in Buffalo.
Okay, thanks, Michelle. To Albany is item 170. I believe there's someone here that signed in New York for this item. It's OTH Plattsburgh.
Yes, how are you today? I'm Ehab Atullah. This is Louis Atullah, and this is Devin Hilt.
And what is your role in this, sir?
I'm the Director of Operations for the company, and I'm also Louis Atullah's son.
John Springer for the applicant. I believe we're here primarily because of a call from a disgruntled former employee who was originally proposed as a manager. He was fired prior to opening for suspected theft and other reasons. He made a claim that the landlord is a silent partner. I have a notarized letter from the landlord stating that he's not involved in any way except as a street rent kind of situation.
Except as a what?
Street rent as a landlord.
Uh-huh.
The landlord had a license in the past that may have been revoked, but it wasn't for this location. He builds nightclubs. He owns a nightclub in Florida. He's currently building nightclubs in Vermont. He builds them, sells them.
I'll take a look at the affidavit you've brought, please.
I submitted a new questionnaire for a new proposed manager to Mrs. O'Brien today. I'd also note that the caller has since been made the papers up in Burlington, Vermont.
Who's the manager?
Devin Hips, he's the gentleman. He's got extensive experience, going back to, I think, 2006, as a bartender, assistant manager, and manager. I've seen daily logs that the manager has been sending down to the operations manager. From my past bar experience, they seem to hit all the key points about security issues and inventory issues and staffing issues. I also have another notarized letter from the chief of police stating that there have been no problems since they've been operating under a temporary permit, which
I'll look at that, sir.
I'd like to submit. There's an allegation that the former proposed manager made that there was liquor in a basement. The lease does not cover any basement area. The temporary permit was not issued till 4 days, at least 4 days after the call, and I have wholesaler inventories for the day after the temporary permit was issued to prove that the liquor was purchased after they got their temporary permit. From what I understand, there's quite a buzz up in Plattsburgh about this new place. It's apparently a hot new spot. Everything I've seen about Mr. Atullah shows that he runs quality establishments and has a zero tolerance policy for any of the types of violations that we're all concerned about.
You say the employee who contacted us was accused of theft by the management?
Yes, and he's since been arrested. He was pawning jewelry that his girlfriend was stealing, and it made all the papers up there.
Or was he arrested in connection with the allegations?
No, he was not.
Why not? Why weren't those brought to the police?
We couldn't prove it. We couldn't prove it.
All right.
Apparently there were tools at the work site and things like that.
Yeah. It was before we opened, and we didn't want to take the chance of running a business with somebody that could possibly be in that situation.
The proposed manager who was fired talks when he spoke to enforcement about questioning management practices. The place wasn't open yet. They were still in the process of building it. So I'm not sure what kind of management process he's talking about.
Also, before we opened, we actually flew Devin Hilt to South Florida, to one of our other locations, to an intensive training program that we have set up for the company. We have also 5 locations, 3 in South Florida, 1 in Richmond, Virginia, and then the 5th one was the Plattsburgh, New York location.
I have receipts for travel vouchers from Mr. Atullah. He's up there quite a lot. He's a professional. He's a professional like the people.
if he's so involved with these projects, why from '03 to 2012 was he a greeter at Walmart? How did that fit in with his daily work schedule if he's so involved in these nightclubs?
I would address it to Mr. Tala. I don't know.
How did that fit in?
He was able to get his insurance through Walmart.
Yeah. For family insurance, yeah.
I'm sorry?
For family insurance, big insurance, because my health.
He has major heart condition, heart surgery, and so he needed the medical insurance that he couldn't leave.
It was reported in the media this week that Walmart apparently has better health insurance than Obamacare.
But even though he's hands-on, supposedly managing these nightclubs, he had time to spend 9 years as a greeter at Walmart?
I go only 1 week, one time in a month. I'm meeting with my son every week, one time. With I got my daughter and my kids. I go to sometime to my restaurant in Virginia, one time in a month. Same way, I like work hard. I have basis to but I like move, because when I move, I get better.
Mm-hmm. Why not just spend the time in one of the nightclubs that you own and greet people there?
I love dealing with good people because I'm good. I like to take care of every people. Why not?
Mr. Chairman, I'd ask you to give some weight to the police chief's letter.
Sorry?
I'd ask you to give some weight to the police chief's letter. I don't know that police chiefs routinely give letters like that. All my dealings...
We're talking about a 3-month period.
I understand. All my dealings with... I'm not aware of anything in the media. I'm not aware of any actual problems other than the proposed manager that was fired. All my dealings with these people seem... When I deal with their office, and I deal with his son, and I deal with his daughter who does the books, any record I asked for, I got. Any statement I asked for, I got immediately. Anything the liquor authority asked for was provided immediately, without question. They're TIPS training people. I'll probably go up there myself. I'm a certified TIPS trainer and train a whole bunch of them at the same time.
You introduce him to Devin Hitz?
I did not.
Mr. Hitz?
Yes.
Can you tell me a little about your experience? I see you were at the Green Room and Fat Freddy's.
Yeah, I started bartending when I was 18 years old. I got hired actually the day I turned 18. Started as a bartender, bar back. They moved me up to assistant manager for 2 years. I managed that place for a year. And then the people got a divorce and they closed the bar, sold it. And then I went to the Green Room. Started out as a manager or assistant manager for 2 years, and then I managed that bar for 3 years also.
Were you on record as the manager?
Yes.
Do we have a record?
No.
I don't see you as a manager at any of these locations.
Well, I was a manager at the Green Room for 3 years.
Yeah, you weren't submitted as a manager. You were there from, 2009 to 2013?
Correct.
Were there any violations at that location?
I think there was one small violation, and the outcome was...
When you say small, what was the violation?
one of the bartenders overserved somebody, and the outcome was we all got tip certified out of that. The whole staff got tip certified after the violation.
That was for which one, Commissioner? Oh, Green Room?
The Green Room. I was the assistant manager at the time of the violation.
Then.
Or maybe you addressed this and I missed this. I just don't understand the connection of having businesses in Florida, one in Virginia, and then
The applicant owns a nightclub in Florida, as does the landlord, and that's where they know each other. And the applicant had known Mr. Klisch had indicated interested in expanding into New York and coming up the coast. And they had further locations planned, I believe. And Mr. Klisch indicated that he had a space for rent that was previously licensed as a bar and had a proper CO and would fit well with their concept in Plattsburgh. No, not in New York. This is their first location in New York.
For the Green Room, Commissioner, there was a sale to Intox back in '07, and then an improper notification for renewal.
All right, thanks. So the principal, how much time is he spending at this location? Because he's in Florida, right? He doesn't have an address here in New York.
I think he indicates he goes to each location once a month.
When you say each location, this is the only one in New York, so...
Each of the locations that he owns. The one in New York,
how much time is he spending here in New York?
He comes up at least once a month and meets with staff. I know his operations manager, who is present, comes up a lot more frequently than that. I have his travel documents to show that.
The operations manager is who?
I'm actually his son. It's a family-owned and operated business.
He's the operations manager for the whole group.
For the whole company.
Yeah, on the license?
He's not the day-to-day manager. The day-to-day manager is here. That's Mr. Hitz. The operations manager is operations for the whole group.
For the operation manager, you're going to be at this location?
Out in Florida also?
Correct, yes. The way we do it is we get daily logs of everything that goes on a regular basis every night that the business is open. On top of that, we hold a once-a-week meeting with all the locations that are held in our corporate office. So it's done, some of them are done via conference call, some of them are done in person, so it just depends. The Florida locations come to our corporate office, and we hold the managers' meetings there. The Virginia location, which is in Richmond, Virginia, we hold it via conference, and then the New York location is done via conference.
Right. And how long have you been involved with the company?
Since the beginning. We started off, my father and I, in a little restaurant when I was a kid, 20-some-odd years ago.
So now in Virginia.
In Richmond, Virginia. We're from Richmond, Virginia originally.
All right. I'm ready to vote. Sorry?
The management firm, it's like, I don't know how much.
I don't know. I don't know that this... I don't think it's going to make any difference because you think the company's all right. That's all we're going to see.
I still like a PQ, though. A PQ.
You can have him tell us that.
Well, he's not.
He's not
even there. He's not going to be out.
Yeah. And I just don't want to go for 2 weeks.
Yeah, no.
Just for that. That's all.
All right, let me just reconfirm. Okay, so the manager, you're going to be there the entire time this place is open and operating. What's the number of security that you're going to have there as well?
I have 10 on right now. There's 10 that work for me. On certain nights, it's less. But on Fridays and Saturdays, it's 10 bouncers.
Okay. All right. I'm ready.
All right, we'll vote.
Okay, I'm going to approve it with, you said Mr. Hilt, you're going to be the manager. If that changes, I want the authority to be notified. For whatever reason, if you're no longer the manager, I want a personal questionnaire if anyone assumes that role at any time.
Okay.
All right, I'll approve it also.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Happy New Year. We exit. Thank you. Have a good day, guys.
203,
Thank you.
GKUR LLC.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name's Sean May. I'm representative of GKUR LLC. I'm here this morning with the licensee, Mr. Rotundo. We've submitted a condition of no contest offer in this matter, and we'll be relying on that offer here today. Just recently, I've submitted additional security guard training certificates for 2 staff members that Mr. Rotundo has brought on. As he has 2 security guards at the moment, as they rotate out, if someone leaves, he brings on new people. So these are the 2 latest security guards employed by Mr. Rotundo. Additionally, not included in my conditional no contest is the fact that Mr. Rotundo has begun shutting down earlier in the evening. He starts shutting down the operation about 2 o'clock. And based on the changes that Mr. Rotundo has made, there hasn't been an incident in almost a year now. We believe that the changes have been, I believe that's a result of the changes that have been instituted, and Mr. Rotundo remains diligent and concentrated on his plan of supervision.
Your offer is for $3,500?
Yes.
I accept.
I'll accept it too.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
207, Fun Time Liquor.
Hello, my name is Aaron Wright, licensee of Fun Time Liquor, Inc.
All right, anyone else present? It looks like there isn't.
No.
Okay.
No.
No, sir. Are you okay?
I approve.
I'll approve it too. Good luck.
All right, thank you.
Is there anyone else in Albany?
No, we're all set, thank you.
Thanks, Rose. 204, Mero Spirits.
Morning, Leonard Fogelman for the applicant, and surrounded by the 2 principals of the corporation. This is an application for a new liquor store in Plainview, 1,700 square foot store. The
3,400.
pardon?
We have 3,400.
Over the basement, you mean?
Application says
Oh, it probably says 17 first floor, 17 basement. I'll have to take a look at it, but
It does.
floor space, selling space is 1,700 square feet.
In the letter you submitted to the authority, you refer to one of the principals as Shashita Kumar.
Yes, I corrected that with another email. That was a mistake that
That was a mistake?
Leonard Fogelman made. She's a lender. She is not one of the principals.
We received an updated, corrected personal questionnaire.
Okay. Is there any opposition? Okay, we'll hear you.
I represent.
Speak in the microphone, please. It's hard to hear sometimes.
I represent Plainview. My name is Bing Chen Li. Actually, based on my research, we have.
Who are you representing?
Plainview, Wine and Liquor.
Is that 1028 Old Country Road?
Yes, 1028B Old Country Road.
Okay.
Plainview, New York, 11803.
All right.
Right.
We've got them about a mile away from this location.
Okay. And we have 6 liquor stores opening between 2000 and 2013 in that immediate area, about 5 miles radius. Okay, I have this here, a census between 2000 and 2010. U.S. did a census on Plainview. This is not a heavily populated area. Okay, between 2000 and 2010, we have only an increase of population of 721 people. And we have this 18 between 64 years old only have an increase of population of 530 people. Now we have 6 liquor stores, all selling wine and liquors opening at the same time. and we believe it's
They're opening at the same time. I don't remember
between 2000 and
liquor stores in
2010.
Plainview.
Between 2000 and 2010. Let me give you, these are the Mid-Island.
Oh, for the
We have
past 10
Plainview.
years.
So you're talking about a 10-year period?
In the 10-year period. Yeah, we have only increased population of 530 people between 18 and
What liquor stores do you have opening up within the past, say, 2 years?
we
in
have
Plainview?
Brilliant in 2013.
Which one?
Brilliant.
And what's that location?
Oh, I don't know the location, but it's about like 7,500 feet away from the proposed store. It's
It's
within,
over a mile.
Yeah.
according to the SLA map, it's 7,500 feet.
Right.
And also 2011, I believe there was a liquor store application denied in the same vicinity, about like less than a mile away from the proposed store. And at that time, the Brilliant store was not even open yet. So we have like one extra store, and was denied in 2011, the same liquor authority application around the same area, but now we have that one extra store
All right.
there.
All right. So are you with this store, or are you separate?
I'm here for Mid-Island.
Mid-Island.
Okay.
If you want this sensors.
Your store is where?
About a quarter of a mile west of the proposed location.
Mid-Island, I believe, is the closest. It's the closest store to the proposed location.
What's your address?
It's
It's
less than 2 miles away.
We bet you a half a mile. All right. How do you get a quarter? We have a half a mile. How'd you get a quarter mile?
Half a.
Yeah. Ready? Mr. Fogelman, you want to be heard in response briefly?
Number one, I agree with you that the Mid-Island store is about a half a mile. They say it's a quarter mile. They said in their paperwork to you that it's a quarter mile. Well, it doesn't mean a quarter mile and a half a mile is 100% difference in what they said. In my letter to you of December 23rd, I gave you some information that you already had from the stores, but I gave you the sales of the.
Yeah, we have that. We don't need to go through that again.
Okay. Want to make you a little illustration? Okay. 1 second. My client today brought with me a petition signed by about 400 people.
We'll take it.
On workflow, I only show 4 active licenses in Plainview.
Within the law.
I'm sorry?
I only show 4 active licenses in Plainview.
The store represented by the attorney, Brilliant, is in a different town. It's in Hicksville, and it's about 1.8 miles away.
The active licenses.
So the text of the petition talks about how I mostly visit this plaza to do my grocery shopping, but it would be convenient to have a liquor store here. Is that correct?
Yes. It's the store that is the center of that little shopping plaza is John's Farms, which again my client can talk about John's Farms a little bit, but it's a quite large. It's expanded several times. Initially, it was a fruit and vegetable store, and it's now a destination grocery store in Plainview.
So most of the addresses indicate are towns in Orlando. I see Brooklyn listed here, Dix Hills. Some of these addresses.
We have 400 people who I mean, predominantly they are.
Yeah, I don't think somebody in Brooklyn's doing his grocery store shopping in Plainview, do you?
They sell good stuff in John's Farms.
But John's Farms has like a specific clientele, and there's people that come from Queens and out of towns because they're really specialty in fruits and vegetables and stuff like that. They have a lot of fresh products in their stores. So the Mid-Island store and the other proposed store they're opposing, they have like a 2 mile plus middle gap in which there's like businesses and like other stores in local areas that can go to like John's Farms and like commuters that go to that specific store. That would be convenient for them to like pick up and shop there as opposed to going somewhere else. And there's people from out of town that, as in comparing to not going to their liquor stores in their town, if it's in the same plaza, they may actually be going there. And the other liquor store, that 1028 Old Country Road, he has like a filled plaza, but like he has his store with like ShopRite and like his supermarket, and like his clientele that goes to ShopRite will be shopping with him still at his store and locations. And the other one, there's an Asian specialty store, H&Y Mart, in the Mid-Island Liquors Plaza, but he doesn't have that much space or parking space. He has about like 40, 50 cars, not like heavy traffic, but his traffic comes from South Oyster Bay Road, which is more his commuter side, and his commuter traffic that he's going to get, like the clientele he'll get that are residential and stuff, will all come from behind that Plainview area road. When you go Plainview area road, as soon as you're going from Mid-Island towards us in the 0.5 mile radius, you're not going to find like a lot of homes that are going to be going backtracking to him. It's more behind, like right behind his area, down towards Old Country Road is where all the residential and houses are, which aren't going to come to us. They're going to still go to him. So both of the areas will still get their business and have their traffic commuting towards them. And then the people that go to John's Farms, and then that plaza is always packed. So the people that are coming from out of town or other areas or shop there will be convenienced and will shop with us. And the people that are living in Hicksville will still shop in Mid-Island. And the people who go to ShopRite and shop over there in that big plaza will still be going to his store.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anything else? Or you ready? All right, roll call.
I'm going to approve the application.
All right, just very briefly, please. You can respond.
I just want to say that at the vicinity of the Maryland Wines, yes, we are in the H&Y supermarket, and there are people that shop behind us. But there's also another liquor store just north on South Oyster Bay Road in the shopping center. What is that name called?
Pavilion.
There's also another liquor store just east on Old Country Road in Hicksville, and our customers are all the customers in the area that do shop John's Farms. And those customers do go to the area liquor stores. So we are going to lose our customers that there are John's Farms customers that do live in our area that come here, that come to our liquor store. So it's...
Sorry? Okay, we'll go.
Haven't been persuaded. I can't deny an application because that's going to be a competition for the existing stores. This store is closer to you, which is a half a mile away, and all the other three closest are over a mile. All of them have increasing sales, so I'm going to approve the application.
I'll approve it, too. I think a case has been made that it would be convenient for the population. Again, there may be a negative impact on the existing stores, but in and of itself, I don't think that is sufficient for us to deny the application. It's approved.
Thank you very much.
Oh, that was for this? Yeah. Okay.
122, Namdor.
We have an offer in front of you for a $3,000 civil penalty. Which
How much?
$3,000, which we've been told if they submit documentation as far as their ATAP training that it will be reduced.
All right.
Okay. I'll accept it.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
And 208 and 209, Old World Imports. Same licensee, but different wholesale licenses.
For that, we have an offer which I think has been separated into two $6,250 offers, one for each license.
All right.
Yes, I accept both.
Yeah, we'll accept them both on 08 and 09.
$200, Happy Hearts.
And we have a $15,000 offer in front of you for this wholesaler.
$15,000? I accept.
Accept.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
172, R&R Wines and Liquors.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. My name is Henry Warakomsky. I'm for RMR Wines and Liquors. It's a new liquor store in Huntington Station. I'm here with the applicant.
All right, why don't we hear from the opposition, and we'll get back to you.
Good morning, Chairman, Commissioner. Approximately 15 months ago, I'm Kenneth Abbey. I'm with West Hills Wines and Liquors. I'm the owner and operator. I'm the closest store, I believe, to the applicant.
What's the address of your store?
1720 New York Avenue, Huntington Station.
Okay. You're the third closest. Go ahead.
Third
You're about a mile away, right?
My calculation showed me approximately 0.7 miles away.
We have 1.1.
We've sent the mapping, with mapping all the distances.
Go ahead. Tell us what
Approximately 15 months ago, we were before this, in this room. Same situation. There was another store trying to open Kevin's Discount Wine and Liquors. It was less than 500 feet from the current application. This court actually denied the application based on several things, including the proposed premises was located 1.8 miles, less than 1.8 miles from four existing licensees, which this one is. The sales among the existing stores were declining. As I'm sure my papers show, mine are declining, and I believe my fellow store owners, their stores are also declining. The premises was located less than 1 mile from an existing store located on the same road, which is the same situation we have here. And the input from the elected officials was taken into consideration. Assemblyman Fitzpatrick and Assemblyman Chad Lupicelli both explained in their letters that the area is oversaturated with stores. We also have a town resolution from the Huntington Town Board stating the oversaturation of stores in the area. There's been 5 stores opened less than 3 miles from this applicant since 2010. The census I have attached to the papers shows there's actually a declining population in the area. And based upon all these facts, nothing's changed since the last application was denied, and I believe this application should be denied as well. Thank you.
Thank you.
We'll hear whoever wants to speak, but please be brief. Don't just repeat what he said, because these people are going to be here all day waiting for their case.
No problem. My name is Milan Patel. I own Huntington Wines and Liquors, 735 West Jericho Turnpike. My situation, I'm a little bit west, but past less than a year, 2 other stores in Woodbury just opened up for me. I think about a mile and change. I haven't even, I don't have a full years of numbers to figure out what impact it's going to have on me, but both of them just recently opened. One opened December, one opened August, and its customer count is going to go down because, again, the area is not populated. There's just not much development. It's a lot of residential, as well as that's all it is. There's no growth in the area. There's no big, complexes or anything like that.
We got it.
Residential, and just want to make sure if the council got the letters from the town and the maps here.
Yeah, we have the town opposition, the town of Huntington's opposition.
Wanted to make sure.
All right, everybody else, just let us know. We don't need you to say anything if it's going to be duplicative, but you tell us what store you're from, so who you are and what store you're from, so the record is clear that you were here.
My liquor store is Liquor Plaza. My address is 133 Woolmino Huntington Station. My liquor store only like a 0.38 mile from the new liquor store, just like 3 blocks down from the store.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Committee, I'm here to represent Comac Barrels and Stills. We're actually located on Route 110, 685 Wallerman Road in Melville. The other thing I want to add is that competition is healthy, and that's great. But when we're talking about regulated commodities, there's regulated buys that liquor stores need to engage with. Introducing competitors, what ends up happening is you're diluting, obviously, the customer base, and you're requiring these liquor stores still to participate in the large buys, whether it's 100 cases, 200 cases, and that puts increasing pressure, and that puts pricing pressure on all of the competition. So it ends up becoming unhealthy competition where we continue to add competition, whether it's close to me or not close to me, because if there's pricing pressure that's placed to a competitor that's in between me and a proposed licensee, and that competition has to lower their prices to be able to continue to draw customers into their store, that indirectly is going to affect me and all of the communities. And Long Island is one of those that is very well pressured with pricing. We see a lot of competitors work very short, and introducing competition only dilutes the customer base and also reduces our margins. So.
All right, thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah. Hi, how are you, everybody? My name is Nancy, and my husband owned 185 Depot Road. He's supposed to come, but he cannot afford.
What's the name of the store?
Guac Shop.
All right.
Yeah, we purchased in last year on January 24. We don't have an attorney. I just heard in the last moment, my husband said you have to come to have vote. We're against that because after a year we take over the business. We feel we'll struggle for the business. And that the environmental is not that great, a lot of drunkards, and we don't feel we should open the new business. Yeah.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Is there one more?
Morning. Nice to meet you, Harim Wine and Liquor. I stay there about...
What store are you with?
Harim Wine and Liquor. Address is 701 East Jericho Turnpike. It's a 1.5 mile away. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. We'll hear from the applicant now.
To answer some of their questions, if the application that was disapproved last year, that was a very big store. I think it was like 6,000 square feet. And that was one of the reasons why he was disapproved. Our store is 2,400 square feet. By the time we put the storage and the office and everything, we're going to have maybe like 1,400, usable square feet, in the store. And the population question, I think we submitted the census for the last 10 years, and it's gone up over 10%. And the income in the area has gone up over 10%. I think we submitted all those documents. And the other thing, I think my client has sent a letter concerning what type of operation she's going to do there. And she'd like to speak and tell you what the...
we'll hear from your client.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of committee. I realize the gentlemen are here opposing my application based on the fact that they feel I'm a major competition to them. I want to assure the committee and the gentlemen here that I'm really not a competition because I'm not looking to bring in the same products that these gentlemen carry. I submitted a statement to the Secretary's office. I don't know if the board got a chance to review it. I do have the statement with me. The store that I'm opening I'm not opening a large discount liquor store. It's a small boutique shop. The selling space is going to be roughly 1,500 square feet. And the primary focus of my business is to bring in the products that no one else in the area carries them. And I had submitted a list of few selected products, and I also brought a list of more products that no one else in the area carries. Also, the store is located in a commercial street. It's a commercial area. The store is conveniently located. It's got a lot of parking in the front and the back. It has great visibility. It's got motel in one end and office buildings. So not necessarily my clientele are going to come from the same area that these gentlemen are running their businesses. It could be tourists. It could be people from other towns, other states. So I really feel that it's convenient to the public. It's right across the street from King Column. People do not have to cross major highways or major intersections. I'm really not taking their clientele. I'll be building my own clientele. And I really would appreciate and request the community to give me a chance. My business model is completely different than what these gentlemen are currently running the store. Thank you very much.
All right. Well, with respect to, you submitted about 5 or 6 products that you said you would carry as examples of how you're going to add to the product mix of the area. And frankly, I wasn't terribly impressed with what you, is this what we just got now?
Yes.
Yeah, well, I'm going by what you submitted. The first item is a vodka from Russia, Zir, and you indicate that if one does a search, there are 2 locations within 5 miles of Huntington Station. I'm sorry? I did the same search, and I get 5 locations selling that product within 5 miles of Huntington Station. I went on the same website. You had a specific store indicated in your search, but your search indicated 2. I indicated 5. Another one of the 5 or 6 products that you referred to is a Napa Valley red wine. I don't know that there's a shortage on Long Island of red wines from Napa Valley.
I understand.
Let me finish, and then you can respond.
I apologize.
Another is a Pinot Noir from Willamette Valley in Washington. Everybody knows that that's probably, after Napa, the largest wine-producing region in the state. I don't think there's a shortage with respect to wines from that area. And then the last product that you talk about is a Beringer Cabernet Sauvignon, and I've never found that Long Island stores to have a shortage of Beringer wine. So how are these products uniquely adding to the base?
These, actually, I took that off. I have visited the stores numerous times, and I've looked at their shelves. These are only selected products that I have submitted.
But these were the prime examples you gave us.
Right.
And as I say, my search, your search for the same product, you get 2 locations. I go to the same website, do the search, and I get 5 locations. How does that happen?
I have no idea. I actually went to their website. They're reliable websites. That's how the consumer actually look for a product, and they look for the nearest retailer who carries them, and that's how I
Would
get
you
my
agree that
research.
5 locations within Huntington Station,
I'm not sure.
could I finish, of 5 miles doesn't really indicate that to carry that, to have a 6th store carrying that product would necessarily be a significant addition to the consumer selection that's being offered?
I understand, but it's also just a few general examples that I'm not carrying.
But these were your only examples. Now you've given us more, but I assume these were your best case scenarios.
At the moment, yes. When I visited the stores, I didn't see all these products, and that's how I actually looked at them. These are one of the unique products that I was going to carry them. But when I visited all these stores, and I visited them numerous times, I didn't see all these products on the shelves.
You have anything?
No, I'm ready. But just let me ask you a question. We received a letter from the Huntington Council saying that this area just doesn't warrant another liquor store. You say that the population you found was so significant.
We do have, I also submitted that we do have.
I would have an increase of like 200 people.
Well, this is again from the website. According to the census, it shows that over the last 10 years, the population has increased roughly 10%.
Yeah, 200 people. Right, because that's the most recent.
Well, it's past of 2010. There you go.
Oh, that's very different from this one. This is the one I have.
Yeah. That's 2012. Could be the differences in the last couple of years. This is as of 2010.
This is the number I have for 2010.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Hmm. Are you ready for that?
Yeah.
Okay, move on.
I'm going to deny the application. What was different, I think, compared to the last application, because the sales were increasing in the closer stores, the distances are pretty similar. But what I find is that the town and the elected officials are basically saying that this area is saturated, and the population that you demonstrated doesn't warrant another store being licensed in this area. And the actual items that you submitted doesn't seem unique that isn't offered in that area already. So I deny the application.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, sometimes we might get a letter from an elected official, and maybe there's a personal relationship with one or more of the store owners. But here, the community opposition is across the board, including the town resolution. That, coupled with what I've heard from the store owners, makes me feel that another store would saturate the area. It's denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
215B, L18 Holdings.
I did the same search.
You know, I didn't look at the search because the product wasn't on that unique.
Yeah, Behringer. I mean, my friends laugh at me when I bring Behringer to their houses.
You're lucky they still let you come over.
Well, there are other reasons for that.
I want to know.
Hello, Mr. Chairman,
Good morning.
committee. Thank you for allowing us this opportunity.
Can you introduce yourself?
Oh, sure. I'm Deanie Rao. Nandini Rao is my full name. I'm Chief Merchandise Officer of Lot 18. I've got colleagues with me as well. Would you like my names? Yes.
Greg Lutowski, Director of Marketing.
Jeremy Wyckoff, I'm the store manager, retail store manager.
All right, when the application was on us, before us recently, there were some specific issues that arose. We asked you to submit a much more detailed business plan, but also there was some specific issues, for example, with respect to the hours of operation of the store. I think it was a couple of days a week back then. So can you, I would ask you to do two things. One, bring us up to speed on the specific issues that were discussed, and also generally tell us exactly what the method of operation is. Because as you know, we know that you know what your focus is going to be is internet sales, and there's no law against that. But that is a very controversial and a very significant issue for the board and the industry. You also know that about a year ago there was a prior application by Ship Compliant that Lot 18 was involved with, and that was denied. So there's a lot of concern on the part of the board, as well as within certain segments of the industry, as to exactly what this template is that's being offered now. So I need you to give us a detailed description of it, and also to address the specific issues that arose last time.
Sure. So a lot of the specific issues we spoke about last time were with regards to the store itself, the store opening hours, as you mentioned. And since then, we've submitted Jeremy as the official manager of the store. He lives nearby there. He's there frequently. So that's one aspect of it that we're making sure that...
So you have a store manager who's located locally there.
That's right.
And what's your background?
Restaurant, hospitality management, and wine as well.
And how many hours do you anticipate in the course of a week, say, being involved on premises?
10 hours.
All right.
And what are the hours of operation?
Monday through Wednesday, 1 to 5, Thursday, 1 to 7, Friday and Saturday, 1 to 9 p.m., and Sundays, 12 to 5.
All right.
I want to mention your retail background.
So I have a lot of retail background as well.
Okay.
So we got Stu Leonard's. I also come from the wine industry, worked in the wine industry for the past 15 years, including 5 years in wine retail.
Mm-hmm. So. What does that mean when you say wine retail specifically? What did that mean?
A wine retailer in Massachusetts.
A wine, a retail consumer store?
Yes, a store.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, package store, I guess is the better way to put it. And then the other issue was that of the merchandising of the store, and making sure that we had a merchandising strategy behind it and how we were going to do that. We, intentionally want to remove a lot of the lower-priced wines from there, a lot of the jug wines, because that directly competes with a lot of the retail stores surrounding, and also there was not much margin in it. That's why the previous owner had the store up for sale, is that the store was never profitable for her. Mm-hmm.
And so what we've done is we've brought in some higher priced items, and we have a lot of kind of promotions and features on those. We're also doing in-store tastings to that effect. The store's total inventory, the target inventory is between $20,000 and $25,000 worth of inventory that we stock at any given time. And we're right in that right now. Jeremy just even placed another order yesterday. I'm trying to remember the other question.
I'd like you to tell us about how your internet operation operates, and what partners you have with respect to that.
Okay, and if it's all right, I have a statement just about our intent here today, because I think that's important to understand why we've structured the business the way we have now. All right, so firstly, I'd like to just say that General Counsel Flug has been incredibly helpful in this process, and through her directness, we now understand what is needed from us and have hopefully provided that. It is our intention to obtain a wine and liquor license in New York to legally serve customers in the state of New York, and moreover to help educate and encourage more people to fall in love with wine so that they may enjoy it responsibly. I believe that in doing so, we can serve our most important constituent, who is the customer, and meanwhile not take away from the good work that our fellow industry members are doing. Unlike books, people will always need a physical retail store to explore wine and pick up bottles for dinner. This is why we decided to apply and become a retailer ourselves with a physical premise. We hope that we can help grow the whole New York wine sales pie for everyone by being able to offer consumers a way to learn about wine from the comfort of their homes. A lot of people find it still intimidating to go into a store and figure out what wine they're going to buy at that time and stare at the wall of labels and prices. So we offer a lot of educational components online that aren't available in a traditional store. It is our intention to get approval for our currently operating model today, but then to propose and request further compliant models to serve the customer in the future through requests for declaratory ruling. So back to your question of what we're doing today differently, we have, through General Counsel Flug's recommendations, kind of shut down any operations that there are questions about, and focusing on the business at hand that I think meets the requirements of what you're looking for today. And then what we'd like to do in the future is work together on a way to find a way to reopen those businesses. So right now we're a retail store that markets our products in several ways. For one thing, we do in-store merchandising. We do in-store tastings. We also utilize the Lot 18 website and email campaigns to our customers. We also operate Tasting Room by Lot 18, which is a separate URL and website. And then we also use marketing partners, and we'll go into more detail to describe that. So as to how a customer comes into the store and purchases wine, the first thing someone has to do right now is they have to sign up for a Lot 18 account. And so there is a series of questions that we ask a customer at that time, including the state in which you live. From that point forward, their state is set, and we will show them and send them emails for products that are available in their state. Second step would be the customer receives an actual email about a product that they can learn more about, and the customer would then come to the website in order to add a product to their shopping cart. The customer would check out, entering their date of birth and shipping and billing information. At that point, the address is verified and sales tax is calculated.
What sort of verification is required for the date of birth of the customer other than the representation by the customer?
At that point, nothing more. It does go into a database, but they will check against that, but there's only so many checks you can do. The secondary check is the one that we pay UPS and FedEx to do, which is at the consumer's door at the time of delivery. And orders are then sent to the retail store, where they're approved 2 to 3 times a day in batches. And at that point, and only at that point, are they sent to the fulfillment company, which I believe the investigators have visited the operations there, And at that point, the third-party fulfillment house packs and ships the orders via UPS.
And that is located where? Just so the oral record is clear?
Sure, in Woodsboro. The company.
Warehouse is licensed to ship.
Yes. Is warehouse licensed. And once a month, the third-party fulfillment house will bill and invoice Lot 18, and we pay the bill for those shipping charges at that time.
Where do the funds go when they're processed?
Yes, so that is the other, so that's the physical process flow. The other would be the payment flow. So the credit card is processed via a gateway and bank processor. 24 hours later, the money is deposited in the store's bank account.
When you say the money, that's all of the sales proceeds.
That's all the sales proceeds, exactly. And the Lot 18 then pays the credit card gateway provider and processor once a month.
So there's no third-party escrow agent or otherwise who handles the funds. They go directly to Lot 18, and then Lot 18 makes the appropriate disbursements.
That's right.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. So that is the flow for Lot 18. The other thing I outlined was who the gateway and processors are. I submitted that in a diagram. Would you like me to kind of walk through that as well?
Yes, if you would.
Okay. So all approved orders purchased online are sent directly to our credit card gateway for the credit card payment to be authorized. Once the payment has been approved and settled through the gateway, and the gateway, by the way, is a company called Authorize.net, then it is sent in a daily batch of transactions to the credit card processor. The credit card processor is a company called eOnline Data, and another name for them is American Express Merchant Services. The processor verifies all transactions in the batch and automatically deposits the daily total into our bank account. The entire process takes 1 to 4 days from the day an order is placed to when the payment will be deposited in our account. And then for the store itself, we actually utilize a different gateway and processor, and that is called EVO Merchant Services.
Who decides what products are being carried?
Well, we do, a lot of times I do, and also my teammates, including Jeremy.
And so the three of you would basically make the decisions to what products are being offered?
Yes, sorry, not Greg. So it's Jeremy and then another person who's not here today.
Are you currently offering New York wines?
We don't offer any New York wines at the moment.
Mm-hmm.
No.
Why?
That certainly would be something we would consider. Well, traditionally, we didn't think that that was kind of in our customers' interest. We've never had a customer request for those wines. It's certainly something we could try. A lot of the New York State wines, well, in particular the upstate New York wines, are white wines and Rieslings, and we've never done well with that category. The category that has always sold best for us is referring to the previous case, but Napa Valley Cabernet.
So what percentage of your products would come from California?
Well, I would say domestic wine, so including Oregon and Washington, in New York State probably make up about 50%, and then the other 50% comes from all over the world, the main country being France.
All right, so if this application is approved, and you would now be offering product in New York State, I suggest that you consider the New York State demand for New York State wines, particularly as you indicate. I think there are some very impressive Rieslings, for example, in upstate New York.
Absolutely.
And some good Long Island wines too, but I think a lot of the price winners have been the white wines, as you say. You mentioned marketing partners. Can you tell us something about that?
Sure. Great.
Sure. My name is Greg Liptovsky. I'm a director of marketing at Lot 18. We submitted a full list of partners to the General Counsel. I'll be happy to walk you through all of them, but I want to be respectful of your time if you have specific questions about any of them.
Yeah, the method of reimbursement. Give us an example of a partner and tell us how they're reimbursed, because as you may know from the prior application that was presented by Ship Compliant, one of our concerns is where there's a significant flow of monies to a partner, We're concerned about what could be an availing issue, about whether or not that recipient of the funds has such an interest in the sales of the company that, in effect, they're a principal who should also be on the license, as opposed to just a partner. It's one thing if there's a marketing partner who gets a flat fee every month for running advertisements that's not linked to sales or a percentage of business. But if people are being paid per customer, for example, receiving a percentage of sales, that raises issues, and I think that to a degree that's the case here, and that's what I need you to, from what I saw in the file, and that's what I need you to explain, so that we don't have any concerns with respect to that.
So Greg will take you through the details and through an example, but I would state, as you know, that some of our marketing partnerships are based on a per customer basis, but not per revenue or per profit. Per customer doesn't mean that. They are per customer because we have to hold our marketing partners accountable, and so it's more of a pay-for-performance model.
All right, so, but just to sort of fill in the ellipses, fill in the blanks, tell us, give us some specific real-world examples of who your marketing partners are, so we know what they look like, and then tell us what some of the arrangements are, if you would.
Sure. So there are basically roughly three high-level ways that we compensate our vendors, and we went through this list extensively with the General Counsel. So the first one is the simplest one. It's a company such as Facebook, where we buy media just like any other company. We pay Facebook based on the number of clicks that are being generated to our site, and there are a couple of vendors that we compensate the same way. So that's the general first bucket. The second bucket is a flat fee. A good example is a PR agency that we use. It's called The Door, where we pay them a flat fee per month for conducting certain services, whether it's articles, reaching out to other folks, etc., etc. And the third one is that per customer model, where a lot of the vendors that we work with work on these bases with some variations. And the reason for that is because, like Dini said, we want to make sure that we hold the vendors accountable to the performance and to the number of customers that they drive. So an example of the partner would be a partner like TravelZoo, where essentially TravelZoo has a mailing list of prospects that are interested in receiving various offers. So we compensate TravelZoo on a fixed customer basis every time someone registers through the designated registration page that we provide through TravelZoo and becomes our customer. We pay TravelZoo a flat fee of somewhere between $20 and $30. So that's the general idea behind it. Like we discussed with General Counsel, there are some variations of that that offer an additional compensation to the vendor if the vendor is providing high-quality customers, and that's always our intention, to make sure that we align the incentives for us and for the vendor to produce the highest possible quality customers, meaning customers that stay with our membership program for a long period of time.
So are there repeated payments to vendors for the same customer?
In some instances, we could be paying a vendor an additional bonus payment if the customer hits a certain milestone. So, for example, stays with us for 90 days or beyond that.
So, for example, let's say I'm brought in as a customer by one of your partners, and I join the wine club. And 2 years from now, I'm still in the wine club. At that point, would you still be making any kind of a payment to the marketer who brought me in? If I'm still there and I'm a good customer, would they still get any payment from you based on the fact that I'm still there making purchases?
So the timeline is taken into account. So if you happen to subscribe 2 years ago, then in some instances our vendors would be compensated an additional bonus when, let's say, you hit that 2-year mark. Now, to kind of clarify, whether you're a good customer or a bad customer for our business is often defined by how much wine you're buying, and that's not part of this at all. The only compensation model is based off of the time limit, which is our way of figuring that out.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand that. Could you rephrase it?
So to rephrase that, we would compensate the partner if you happen to be a customer that stayed on for us for, let's say, a certain period of time. That's in no way a reflection of how much wine you would actually purchase from us.
All right. So, but it's just a reflection that I'm continuing to purchase from you.
it's a reflection that you stay subscribed within the program.
So one of the things you're saying is it's basically a flat fee. You're not, say, sending the partner 10% of the sum of my purchases. You're just giving them a flat payment for the fact that I'm still there.
Correct.
I see.
So it doesn't weigh on the quantity of your purchases?
No.
Okay.
There's
no time limit, sorry. There's no time limit of how long that customer stays with you?
There is no time limit.
So 5 years from now, they'll still continue to get...
We haven't been around for that long, but contractually speaking, there is no... Absolutely. Contractually speaking, there is no time limit.
Do your marketing partners have any conversations with you about what products you're offering? Or is that solely something that's irrelevant to your relationship with them?
It never factors into our buying, and in fact, our team doesn't really meet the marketing partners. They might use it as a selling point to say, here are the great products, and here's why this is going to be effective and a good source of...
But they're not, when I asked who makes the decision, it's the three of you. Okay. So your marketing partners, are you saying they do have some input? They might make a suggestion as to what you should? Okay. So you don't, so it's purely just basically a capitation arrangement. You pay them per head. Do they do marketing for other companies that sell other kinds of products, or are they exclusively involved with companies that sell alcohol?
They may. I mean, most of these vendors are big companies. They probably work with a wide variety of verticals and industries, including someone else in the space, but we have no way of knowing.
But they do non-wine.
Yeah, they definitely do. They do non-wine. I mean, they do all kinds of verticals. A good example again is Facebook. Everyone advertises on Facebook.
And so these the wines that you do sell, let's say the wines from California, are you purchasing them direct from the vineyard?
No, we purchase all of them through wholesalers who are price posting them.
Dini has been extremely cooperative and me receipts from approximately 5 New York State wholesalers and any information that we requested. I would also add that on the Lot 18 website, at the last board meeting, it was listing the location as a Manhattan address, and now currently lists the Putnam County address. The receipts that consumers received lists the Putnam County address as well. There were also questions about the deliveries from the Wurtsboro Fulfillment Center. Those are picked up in batches by UPS and then scanned in at a UPS location, which sometimes is within New York State and sometimes is in New Jersey, depending on where UPS takes it as well. So those were other questions that are...
Okay. Is there anyone else present who wants to be heard on this application? If there is, please come up and we'll hear you. Anybody present? No one? All right. You have anything?
I have a question for council.
Okay. The store is about 1,500 square feet. Is that correct? Yeah. Do you have a question for council? So we'll go into executive session for a moment.
like to clarify and zoom in and add, sorry, the difference between tasting room and body tea. There are several questions that arise over tasting room and wine club by tasting room. The tasting room is not a university, it's not a licensee, it's simply the name of Lot 18's wine club. And when I questioned the applicants about the Forbes Wine Club that said by tasting room, they immediately ceased operation in New York State, agreed to submit a request for declaratory ruling regarding the operation of a wine club of that nature. We're extremely cooperative, but again, that tasting room is simply Lot 18's wine club. That Lot 18 is the licensee. All the wine is sold by Lot 18.
All right. Commissioner, do you have anything?
No, my questions have been answered.
I think we're ready to vote now.
Yep. I approve.
All right, I approve it too. And with respect to the declaratory ruling, Counsel, what should we expect that request to address?
It will address the operation of the Forbes Wine Club by Lot 18.
Okay, just that one issue is what you, okay. I approve it also. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Yep. Yeah.
G, it's one out of order, Seduction Bar.
Okay.
Morning.
Good morning.
And Happy New Year to you.
Good morning. There's an offer on this case to settle the charges by having the authority cancel the license and take the bond, so that the offer it does entail shutting the business down. I would assume that'd be acceptable to you.
We want, it entails shutting it down?
I'm sorry?
It entails shutting it down.
Yes, canceling the license, and so they'd be out of business and we'd get the bond. Yes. That's the offer. I think counsel tried to get you because we thought we might save you a trip.
Oh, that's all right. It's good to come to see you. I haven't been here in a while. The reason I haven't been here is my kidneys failed me, and so I'm on dialysis and waiting on a transplant. But I'm in better shape now. You'll see more of me back here. So let's say Happy New Year to you.
Well, I hope the medical condition is. Sounds like it's under control now.
Yep.
You look good.
Yes.
I'm what?
Trying to save you the trip.
No, I said I wanted to see you anyway.
All right.
It wasn't a wasted one.
Yes, I think we've seen you before.
I
So,
just want to bring one
yes.
thing to the attention. I know this establishment, Seduction Bar, I have 6 referrals here for shots fired and people being. I have one new one here, and while I'm here, I might as well give it to you and present it.
Oh, please do.
If that's okay.
Yeah, we'll take it. What we'll also do is we're going to cancel the license, we're going to take the bond that they had opposed, and we'll also note the file to put what we call a stop on the premises, meaning that any new application, well, it's already in Hempstead, so it would come to us anyway, but it'll underscore for anybody when this comes, any new application and licensing, that it must come before the board. Obviously, you'll be on full notice if somebody wants to come into that location.
Okay.
All right?
Oh, constantly sending out.
No, we don't always get that degree of cooperation. It's worked very well. The collaboration between you and us. So appreciate it.
Can I please just go over that referral with you, because that did result in a homicide?
Sure.
Can I just see it back, please? This incident occurred on January 1st, New Year's Day at 3:17 a.m. We got a report of shots fired through our shot spotter system at 306 Main Street. Upon arrival, uniformed officers, the victim, Andre Graydon, was found lying on the ground in front of 2 stoveplates, a short distance from said establishment, with a gunshot wound to his right leg. The victim was transported to Nassau University Medical Center by LIJ ambulance, where he was pronounced DOA at 7 a.m. that morning. And I just want to reiterate that this establishment continues to be a magnet for criminal activity within the village. And now that our new apartment complex has just opened across the street from that with 143 units or more, now it's more of a residential area than a business area. And on this incident alone, through the shot spotter system, there was a recorded of 15 shots being fired. So it's a war. Yes, and I'm sure you're aware with the other instances, the other referrals I made.
Oh yeah.
Especially the one where 2 of my officers were in at that location when shots were being fired, and I had 2 of my undercover officers in the middle of that. So it's a very dangerous place, and I just hope that it could get canceled.
Yeah.
Like
it's done. It's done. And
is that going to be immediate, or is that?
Do you want me to, I can have it set up. I can have it set up to be canceled on Friday.
Yeah, as of Friday, it'll be shut down. It takes a couple of days. We got to get ready, and someone's got to go out there. But as of Friday, they'll have the cancellation order.
Lieutenant, I believe there's another case against this location that will be on at the next board meeting as well.
Okay. Is that the one from August 30th? That's the one I just said about the my officers, Officer Flannery and Bucciolato were there during there's another shot spot incident in which on that incident there was
November? Was that in November? That's the, yeah.
Yeah, and again, they won't have a license at that point, and on that case, we'll just either cancel it for the record or we'll even revoke it. But that certainly won't change this. It'll just reinforce this.
Okay.
All right, thank you for coming down.
All right, I just want to separate that file so I can give you my copy and I have mine.
Sure.
Okay. 173, alcohol, wine, and spirits.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Francis Buscemi for the applicant, Elka Wine and Spirits.
All right, it looks like we've had some opposition. Let's hear from them. Yeah, we'll move it quicker because I want to try to we've got a lot of people waiting. I want to try to move this as efficiently as we can.
Good morning, Commissioners. Andrew Park for Kenny's Liquors, who's a liquor store owner within the vicinity. We're here in opposition to the application. As you know, this applicant is located at 9717 Kings Highway, which is located in the Brownsville section of Brooklyn. Over the past weekend, I had the opportunity to do a visit. I did a walking and a driving visit. Within this location, the proposed location, there's 3 other liquor stores, which is about a 5-minute walk. The closest being Wilmore Street and East 98th Street, which is about 2 blocks away. My client, Kenny's Liquors, is also 2 blocks, but they're slightly longer blocks along Rockaway Boulevard. This section of Brownsville from 2000 to 2010 has shown a decrease in population. The visit there also indicated there's been no new development going on. There's nothing as far as commercial or residential development. We've got 7 stores within a half-mile of each other. The Wilmore Street location was recently licensed, I believe, this summer. My client Kenny's, since 2010, has not shown any increase in sales. In fact, he's shown decreased sales, and I believe the other owners that are here also indicate that there's been a decrease in sales as well. As the chairman knows, the basis of whether or not a license to be granted or not is dependent on whether or not public advantage and convenience is served. The number of stores that are already here, we believe adequately serves the community. The opening of another one obviously won't do anything in light of the fact that my client has shown decreasing sales over the past
year. All right, you're going over the same ground now. Thank you. Anyone else want to be heard? Even if you don't want to say anything, just let us know that you're here from a specific location so the record is clear that you were here.
I'm the owner of 1470 Pekin Avenue, Brooklyn, New York, 11212. My name is Dale Chang. Bottom line, trying to say, more liquor open is about price competition. They don't do it to try to drop the price, to steal our customers. Yes.
And how far away are you from this location?
Half mile.
All right.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyone else?
Thank you.
Hi, my name is Kun Chen. I'm representing Kenny's Liquor. I'm the owner. Like my attorney say, this is a store every couple of blocks. It's a bulletproof store.
All right. Okay. Got it. Thanks.
I'm also 0.5 miles away, and I'm
Who are you and what store?
9515 Church Avenue, Top Liquor. My liquor store is about 3,000 square feet, and we carry almost all the merchandise that's available in the area. That's for very diversified. And we actually sell a lot of wines, more than, like, you might think it's hard liquors and the tequilas and stuff, but we sell a lot of wines. So we have a big selection of that. But what I'm saying is that for over a year or so, one of the gentlemen, he's also here, his store just recently opened up. It actually does hurt a lot of my clientele. And about...
That's the store on Wilmore Street you're talking about?
Yes. And about 6 months ago, the BJ's had opened on Ramson Avenue, the big shopping center, and they also carry discounted liquor, and they sell a lot of big bottle of liquor and some wines. So they took a lot of my business, and I'm in the process of, I need to get out of the business because I'm really just surviving. So that's all I wanted to let you know.
Here? We had a BJ's.
Where's the BJ's?
On Ransom Avenue, 600.
I thought we had a BJ's in Albany somewhere.
Well, it might have a third-party store. You know what I mean? If they had a separate entrance, somebody else could have gotten a liquor store. It would have come to you, though.
Yeah, they sell a lot of stuff and it's discounted, so.
Okay,
thank you.
And they're right next to the BJ's?
Sorry?
They're right next to the BJ's, the one we just licensed?
I'm not sure if it's right.
I show a Remsen Liquors at 637 Remsen Avenue.
Yep. Morning. Jeffrey George. I'm the owner of George Liquor on Wilmore. I recently opened sometime in the summer, I think it was March. Right now I'm working hard trying to establish the store. I think another business like that coming in close by me would hurt me tremendously.
All right, thank you. We'll hear from you, Mr. Buscemi. And obviously the question is, why does this particular area need another liquor store?
Well, I disagree with the, with me today, if I just might introduce the applicant is with me today, along with her husband, who's going to be managing the store. This is Ms. Mironoff and her husband, Mr. Todd, Jeffrey Todd. We believe that the area is not being served. This is a very heavily trafficked area. This particular location is right on Kings Highway. It's located in what you would consider a shopping plaza or a shopping hub. Right on this block, you've got it's right next door to a grocery store, and then there's a pharmacy diagonally across the Kings Highway. Right diagonally across is a large supermarket. There are two supermarkets, actually, a C-Town and an Associated. The Associated is right around the corner, right at the corner from this establishment, around the corner from this establishment. Also, this establishment and the stores on that block have a parking lot around that corner, so which would serve the stores for for Knox Street parking. You have additional parking in the parking lot. This is a 1,750 square foot first floor with a basement storage as well. In addition, it's a nice, vibrant, new store that's that's been sheetrocked out.
The sales area you're saying is 750 square feet?
1,750 on the first floor plus the basement, Mr. Chairman. So you're surrounded, as I said, it's a shopping hub. You're in a highly populated area. I disagree with the statement that sales have decreased. I'm sorry, that population has.
We got a store a tenth of a mile away.
Which store would that be?
That's the Clarkson Avenue.
The Clarkson, and I brought, and if you want me to address that right now, I brought photos, and I spoke to my client about this store, because it is closed, and it says it's doing $70,000 a year. Apparently, the owner of the store, from what we've been told, the owner of the store is also the landlord on the building, and he has like an office at the store. I think operating the liquor store is almost like a secondary thing. It's there. I don't think he really cares about making profits at the store or serving the public. As you can see from
You started to address the population issue. We've heard, statistics from the opposition. Do you disagree?
Yes, I disagree. Population increased between 2010 and 2013. It's projected to continue to increase to 2018, according to the census statistics. Also, and I'm going within I did two different radiuses. This is a radius. It's not a zip code demographic. Within 0.4 of a mile, which is the fourth closest, the furthest store, you've got a population of over 32,000. If you go 1 mile, you've got a population of over 167,000 people. Likewise, households have been increasing.
How about household income?
Household income, I mean, this is not average family income. You've got in the $50,000 range within a mile. I mean, it's not certainly not an affluent area, but that doesn't mean that public convenience and advantage would not be served by licensing this particular location. So I think the population is there. The households are there. You've got approximately, car-wise, I think you've got about 60% of households have no cars at all. So being within walking distance, being within a shopping hub for the convenience of the residents of the area, being able to walk over to the store is, I believe, important here. They have their food shopping. They would have the liquor store. This store will be able to, unlike what you've seen by those photos of the Clarkson store, this store will be able to have a very nice, full inventory of both, wines and liquors. And we believe that the public convenience would be served.
All right, thank you.
Okay.
You got anything?
No, I'm ready.
Questions? All right, we'll vote then.
Oh, Mr. Parkman.
Yeah.
There may be an issue as to whether or not there was a proper posting of a notice to the public. When we were there was no signs.
We had received proof. We did receive proof.
Yeah. You want to address that, Mr. Chairman? He's got a picture with, the metal gate down. So.
As soon as I get the receipt, I send out the notice to the client, usually via email.
And we've got it,
Take
so
a photograph of it.
it's not an issue.
Okay.
It's all right. All right. Move on. Yeah, I'll approve it too. None of the other stores are on the same street. Kings Highway is a commercial street. The Clarkson Avenue liquors pictures that you showed us, tell me that I think if that store's doing badly, I don't think it's a reflection so much of the other stores as maybe perhaps poor management by the ownership. When we look at the other stores, the next closest is 0.3 of a mile away. It is a heavily populated area. I agree with Commissioner Green. It's approved. Thank you.
$177, Elmsford Discount Liquors.
Again, Francis Buscemi for the applicant.
Let's see if there's any opposition present. There was one protest. Is there anyone present in opposition? We'll hear you now. All right, there isn't. There's an allegation from the protester of your client being involved in other stores, and allegations of co-op buying, of hidden partners. I'd like you to address that.
Yes, I will. Yes, and I saw that letter.
Yep.
We discussed it with Mr. Joseph, who's standing by me today. He's the applicant. Mr. Joseph, owned another liquor store for a period of years. He also had, I think, a grocery store license for a period of years. That liquor store was sold. He has no interest in that store any longer. There is another store that there was allegations were made concerning. So, number one, the allegation is wrong in that he doesn't have that store anymore. That store is long gone. The second, another allegation was made that he's in cahoots. He's undisclosed, or he's buying
Elmsford Wine Warehouse.
In Elmsford, he can make a statement himself, Mr. Joseph, but I will just say that I've spoken to Mr. Joseph about this. He knows that owner very well. They grew up together. They were in school together, like grammar school buddies. He has nothing to do with that store. He doesn't purchase with that. He has nothing to purchase right now since he doesn't own that liquor store which he wants to. He's been...
All right, I think we're ready to vote.
Yeah. I approve.
Well, we're going to prove it. There are good distances between the stores. There's good sales. It's 2,000 square feet.
That's a good licensee.
And he was a good licensee when he did have a store. So it's approved. Good one.
Good luck.
182, New Ocean Wine and Liquor.
Oh, I think this.
Again, Francis Buscemi for the applicant. This is for a store located 2388 Middle Country Road. With me today is Mr. Zhang. He's the principal.
There had been a liquor store at this location until recently. Is that correct?
Until very recently, I believe. Until sometime in 2013, maybe November.
Yeah, we have one protest in our file from a store that's almost 5 miles away. Is anybody here in opposition? No. You ready on this one?
Yeah.
All right. I think we can vote on this one.
Yep. I approve.
I'll approve it too.
Thank you.
Good luck to you.
Good luck.
142, Wine Symphony.
Yes, this is an offer in compromise of a $5,000 civil penalty.
I'd like to clarify in Mr. Buscemi's letter, he talks about classes for tasting purposes. These were seminars. These were wine education areas of marketing permit or
Yeah.
charge.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
I'll accept.
It's accepted. Thank you.
Have a good day.
You too.
215, Lynn Liquor Store. No. Frank, were you supposed to do this for Mr. Sussman?
Oh, no, I'm sorry. Mr. Sussman's downstairs. He's in a hearing.
Okay, we'll recall him.
All right, he's been coming back and forth, so.
Okay, we'll call again. Thank you.
Thanks, Frank.
Yep.
171, T&A Nanuet Mall. Jamie?
After this, I have 2 items.
I'm all right with this.
Yeah, I like
Kind of losing it.
Good morning, John Springer for the applicant. With me are the 2 principals.
Good morning.
We have no protests. Is anyone present in opposition? I think we're ready to vote. The file is complete. Yeah.
Thanks.
I approve.
I'll approve it too.
Good luck.
Good luck.
Great. 181, Yummy's Wine and Liquor.
I know I may need to.
My name is Sam Park, and I'm the representative of New Liquor Store Union's Wine and Liquor Inc.
For laughter, right? With when this was, but the distance is.
And Miss Ian is the principal of the Union's Wine and Liquors.
All right, so we'll just do this one.
Yeah, we have protests.
All right, let's hear from the protesters, and then we'll get back to you.
Thank you for letting me speak today, Mr. Chairman. This is a small town. We have a lost population. I'm sorry. My name is Scott Kemick. I have a store called Grape Culture and I'm approximately, I believe, 2/10 of a mile down the road.
Yeah, we have you at 3
You have
times.
me? Okay. According to city data, what I was able to bring up is that we actually have a loss of population since 2000. I have approximately 4 stores in a mile and a half of me.
You talk about 2 stores within a mile. Which
I have Lacorium in that mile.
Lacorium?
Yeah.
We don't have that on our 4 closest stores.
It should be. He's in St. James. He's in our town.
I'm sorry?
He's in our town.
Okay, that's the. Can you spell the name of the store?
Yes, I can. In fact, I can give you.
Deputy Commissioner will look at it. I don't see that here.
His license number is 1132552.
All right, let's see where that is, because that wasn't one of the ones on our closest.
Yeah, I'll check the distances. We actually, in July, had to send a letter out verifying their address, so I don't know if it couldn't be mapped, but let me check. See if I can do this.
You know the address?
I don't. I know it's North Country Road in St. James. He's in a strip center.
.434 North Country Road?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's him.
All right, and let's see how far that is.
$1.3 miles.
All right. So that should have been one of our closest then. All right, so it's 1.3 miles away as we have it.
Okay.
Okay.
Yes, and then I also have, I do believe, I made a mistake, it should have been a mile and a half, because I have Stony Brook Wine and Liquor and SV Wine and Liquor.
We have SV, we have that as 2.4 miles.
Oh, okay. So I used the, is it?
I'm sorry? I see.
Yeah.
So we've got Fagari 2 at 2.7. All right, we're going.
And so we've had three stores licensed within, I believe one was 09, one was 2010, another one was 2011. I believe that was within a 3-mile radius. Ever since those newest licenses have come in, we've seen a decline. We're at a point where we're taking coupons from most everyone in our area. I mean, 10 to 20% off. Some of these bottles are going out. It's really a very fierce competition, and it's not a very large community. So we have one supermarket. It's not a large supermarket. We already have 2 liquor stores in the town. I just feel like the store size is excessive, and it's almost like creates an imbalance in a community. I think that customers really have the convenience because, the 2 stores that are in St. James, we are in the strip centers. There's no big centers. This new licensee is in a larger standalone building. So the customers are frequenting our centers. It is very convenient.
All right, I need you to wrap it up.
Okay. Sorry, sir.
Thank you. No, that's fine.
Thank you.
Your comments were on
Just
point.
for the record, that other license, they had listed 4304 as their address when they filed, so that's the record.
I see. All right, anybody else want to be heard, or at least let us know where you're from so the record will be clear that you were here.
My name is Mike Fagari from Fagari Stony Brook Liquors. And basically, I won't repeat, but basically pretty much the same as far as, just the area. It's a very healthy, competitive area. My store, I believe you had it at 2.43, in that range. Where we're at, that's not a great distance. Here, it's a country away. But out where we're on North Shore, it's not as big as it seems.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? All right, that's it. We'll hear from you now.
Our total square feet is 3,000 square feet, and the storage area is 1,600 square feet, and the retail area shelf is 1,400 square feet. With the parking, is the 10 parking lot. So close to the store is the 14-20 feet great purchase. I think it's, if you open up the liquor store around here, and then it's gotta be very convenient to our neighborhood. And then they don't have to drive 1.5 miles to our.
Well, one of my concerns is this is Suffolk County. As the gentleman pointed out, there's not the kind of population density you have in other areas downstate. And we do have a store that's also on Lake Avenue that's 0.3 of a mile away. So it's on the same street. Very close. Why would having another store that close to an existing store be necessary?
Maybe we can carry we have a 1,400 and then total 3,000 square feet, and so we can carry the different type of wine and liquors, so they don't have to drive each, miles away, drive to find the liquor stores to wine and liquors.
You ready?
Okay.
You all set? All right. Yeah. Speaking of the mic, so it's recorded for the archives.
Sure. I'm in the same boat. My store is 2,500 square foot, and that's me. I have over 1,000 items.
Yeah, we got it.
Okay. I just wanted to bring that up.
All right, move on.
I deny the application.
Yeah, I deny it too. I think, for example, the closest store is on the same street, 0.3 of a mile away, and it has significantly declining sales. So to put another store that close to it, again, it's not about that existing store. It's about the community, and it would seem to indicate the community it wouldn't serve the public convenience and advantage to have another store that close to the existing one. Thank you. That's the night.
174, Liquor and Wine Zone.
John Springer for the applicant, who is here. I believe you have a protest, if you'd like to take them.
Yeah, let's hear from the opposition. If you're opposed, we'll hear you.
Hi, morning, Avish Donner. I'm here on behalf of AAA Liquor, and I have the applicant here with me. And we're just here in protest of this new applicant. As the authority is aware by my client's letter written, this new proposed store is 2 blocks away from her location. It's on the same side of the street. It's not a very busy thoroughfare. We're talking Jamaica Avenue all the way down. 2-lane highway. I would understand maybe if we had a 4-lane separated, lots of traffic, but unfortunately that's not the situation here. And there really is no need. They can't offer anything else that's being offered right now in a 2-block walking distance. There's no need for another store.
We'll hear what Mr. Springer has to say after we hear from everybody else. Step up if you want to be heard.
My name is Simon from WH Wine Liquor. I just opened up a store for 1.5 years. Took over by the YD liquor store, because I think 2 years ago they opened up one on the Fence Louis and the Hills Avenue. The guy told me because his sales ticket decreasing it, that's why he's selling the liquor store for us. We barely establish our business.
All right, thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Step up if you want to be heard.
Thank you. Regarding the last speaker, WH Wine and Liquor is on Hillside Avenue, which I have it as 0.7 miles away. In terms of AAA Liquor, it is a little close. We believe it's closer to 3 blocks. 0.1 is 0.1, no matter how many blocks it is. That store is a bulletproof store. Our store would be a small open store, 460 square feet. Would be 85 to 90% wine. We were aware of that store, we went into it. The applicant is the landlord. Ideally, if you had been maybe a tenth or two to the east, that would be ideal, but the fact is he owns this building. He doesn't own another building. That's what makes this work for him. In terms of the community, there was an article in the paper the other day that New York wine sales were up and consumption were up 10 to 12% last year. People that buy wine want to hold the bottle of wine. I went into the store, I could sort of see the bottles. I wear glasses like you both do. I can't really tell much. Ordering from behind the glass is kind of intimidating. People who enjoy wine want to pick up the bottle, look at it, read the label, read more about the region, and you know what type of wine it is. Is it dry wine? Is it sweet wine? Semi-sweet wine? There's a population. The population of Jamaica is pretty dense, and there's a projection of 4% growth in the next 5 years. We would offer home delivery. We would, the applicant would be tip certified and have a ID scanner. I would refer you back to the Plainview case that we had earlier, that you generally don't deny just because the impact on a local liquor store. The letter that was submitted in advance of the meeting talked about exclusively about the way that they're going to cut into their sales, which have been increasing. The AAA sales have been increasing. After you leave this store, all the other stores are 0.6 and 0.7 miles away.
Did we get anything definitive on the churches, the two churches that, the storefront churches? I know an investigator went out.
For this one? No, I do not believe he did any more.
We don't have anything from them, right? What the apartments. Have you seen the storefront churches that?
I submitted statements about both of them. We investigated both. We put in some building department records about them, taxation. They have apartments in them.
Get that.
The one that's across the street is a Bonafide Church. It's almost 300 feet away. The ones on the same side of the street. A bar just got.
What did you observe from the churches? The two storefront churches, can you tell me each one? You said you submitted.
I submitted a detailed statement and photos and building department records with the application.
This is yours?
No.
Oh, okay. Do you know what they use the apartments above the churches? You don't have any information. Okay.
The building department has both of the buildings as mixed commercial and residential.
I have the statement scanned. The statement is scanned in. I'm printing it out. I don't know why it's not in.
Jeremy. Thanks.
Whether church letters were sent or not, I don't know. I do know the notice was posted, and I don't think it was a secret in this neighborhood that we were reapplying.
I don't know what day the investigator went out. It wasn't a Sunday.
He owns the building, which is a key consideration for us. Not very practical looking further west. I believe in one of the pictures there's a security gate down over the storefront church, but not for the apartments.
We have a report from the investigator in the phone?
Yes, what's in your...
Just what's, there's also, let's have, I want to go into executive session for a moment, speak with counsel. You have anything else? You want to ask? All right, are you done, Mr. Springer?
Yes.
I think you were done. All right, we'll vote then.
I'm going to deny the application. It's very close to the existing stores. I still haven't resolved the church issue, the 200-foot, but even besides that, I think distance-wise, the location doesn't warrant another store, so I deny it.
Yeah, I think for this area, this is not an affluent area, and that store being just a tenth of a mile away does concern me. We have issued one or two licenses very recently for further down Jamaica Avenue. I would concede that it's not near this area. But that store is so close, I think for this area, it would not be the public convenience advantage to have another store within that proximity, so it's denied. Thank you.
Thank you.
As a result of our conversation in the executive session, we're going to take a short break. Let's get going. All set?
Okay, item 215, Wynn Liquor Store.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Thank you for calling us now. I'm still in the middle of a hearing.
This is an offer of $8,500.
Accept.
Accepted.
Thank you.
Thank you.
167 or 168, J&J Enterprises.
Good afternoon, Matthew Leone for the offices of Carreras and McCowan. This is an offer and compromise to settle the charges for $4,500. There's also a transfer pending. So this licensee is, he had his run. He was there about 20 years or so.
Yep. Okay.
I accept.
It's accepted. Thank
Okay,
you.
great. Thank you. Thanks.
Yep.
Okay. 210, Cumbray Corp.
Good afternoon. I have with me Kellyanne Navarrete. He's actually the nephew of the licensee. You have before you a letter from the hospital. A very unusual set of circumstances. They went to hearing on an item to do with supervision, and the veiling came out because it was the truth. His uncle is the licensee and basically did the application for Kellyanne's dad, who has cancer and is also mentally disabled. His mom and sister went to hearing. What they're looking to do, if it's okay with the board, his father's not in the best of shape, to say the least. That's why it was done, so their family has some income. They just would offer a cancellation, so he has a Mr. Raul Rivera who could possibly take over the place, but obviously if the board revokes, then they can't sell. And the money involved is $23,000, and they just would use it for medical.
All right, we'll take a disposition of cancellation and bond.
That's fine. Thank you.
Yep. Thank you.
131, Tequila Bar.
Good afternoon. Appearing for Tequila Bar, Scott Grauman, for the attorney of record, Jeff Davis.
Good afternoon. It's an offer of $8,500?
That's correct, Your Honor. Mr. Chairman.
I'll accept.
Yeah, I'll accept.
Thank you very much.
You're set.
Thank you very much.
Okay. 154, Review Entertainment. Okay. He's not here?
He was.
You want to recall it?
No,
He's walking through the door now.
Oh, sure.
All prepared. Or do you want to recall?
Preparing.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's an offer of compromise.
Accept.
Accept.
Thank you.
215D, Tender Wines and Liquors.
So there's another one to go with this one as well, Loftus.
Oh, C?
215C.
Which one? Was it?
215C.
See?
These are called companion. They're near each other. We're also going to call 215C, Loftus and Davis. If you could, this could come up also. Or maybe bouncing between the two of you.
All right.
Out right away.
I did Google it. The two application locations are about 2 miles away from each other. So, all right. Let's do the first in time first.
Okay.
Maybe. What do you think?
Yes, I'm fine.
All right. So we'll do C, 215C.
Okay.
So we're doing Loftus and Davis now.
Good afternoon. My name is Trent Davis. I'm president of Loftus and Davis Unlimited, Inc. This is for a liquor license for a liquor store.
I was just curious, the corporation is Loftus and Davis. Where did the Loftus come from?
It comes from an old friend. He actually passed away. His name's James.
Oh, so he's not involved?
Yes.
All right. Is there any opposition to this application, the one at 568 Kimball Avenue, LD Wine and Spirits? Any opposition to this one? Come up to the microphone, please.
The address of this applicant is 568 Kimball Avenue in Yonkers, New York.
Are you opposed to this?
I never received a notice, so I don't even know.
Well, nobody has to send you a notice. Are you opposed or not?
I am opposed to it.
Okay, where are you from? What's your name?
My name is Ali Sean Irving. I am located at 104 South 4th Avenue. I am the owner of Butchie's Wine and Spirits.
What's the name of your store?
Butchie's Wine and Spirits.
And where are you located? What's the address?
104 South 4th Avenue, Mount Vernon, New York.
How far are you away from this location, do you know? Kimball Avenue?
I don't know. I never knew.
All right, how about the Tender Wine and Spirits? How far are you from them?
They are right across the street.
Okay, he was just approved at the December board meeting.
Okay.
That would explain it.
Okay, so you're across from them on that first one. We'll hear you on both now, or you could state your opposition if you like to both applications now.
Yeah, sure. Well, as of December 23rd, Butchie's Wine and Spirits was granted a license. The gentleman at Tender's Wine and Liquors was aware of this as of maybe 2 weeks ago. I spoke with him directly.
Yeah.
Okay.
I think you're about 380 feet away, is that correct?
That's correct.
Yeah, okay.
Same block.
Okay, we've got that then.
Okay.
All right. And as of when did you actually start operating?
I just opened last week.
Okay. All right, anything else you want to say on either application?
Well, unfortunately, I was unaware.
Yeah, this location's a couple miles away from you.
I don't know anything about
Yeah.
this situation, so I wasn't
Okay.
given any notice.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
Thank
All right, do you want to, shall we do
A vote on
215C, and
Yeah.
then we'll do the other, I'm sorry?
Are you opposing this application? Oh, okay. Okay. All right. So on 215C, I approve.
Yeah, I'll approve it also. It's, the size of the store would be modest, 760 square feet. The closest store, we have it 0.6 of a mile away. And also, we don't, and the sales in that store are robust, so we will approve it, so you're good to go.
Thank you, ladies and
Thank
gentlemen.
you. Now we'll focus on the other one. Now, 215D, Tender Wines and Liquors, we'll hear you on it now. And of course, the big issue is that and it's unfortunate for your client, I understand, but we had approved a license that just got up and running very, very
That was
recently.
December 3rd, right?
23rd, I thought he said.
December 3rd,
Was
we
it December
approved his application. And he just opened, he said, this month.
Just a couple of
And in addition to that,
Sorry.
well, I'm sorry, no, I interrupted you.
No, Mr.
But in
Chairman.
addition to that, we have another location that's just a mile away that we approved on September 13th. Another location from your client. I don't know if that one's up and running yet or not. If that was it says issued on September 13th, so I guess that means it's in operation. So there's one a mile away that we approved just 4 months ago, and then the one across the street.
If you look at the diagram that we submitted, it's a corridor that lends itself to a liquor license. Obviously, when this application was made, it pre-existed the approval of this gentleman's license. I would also say that my clients informed me that the premises, that his business isn't even open to date. Is that correct?
Yes, we
Yeah.
was actually by there yesterday, and the
Right.
kids are still there.
They were by there yesterday, in fact, and the gates are down.
I want to jump in that since he reached out to my uncle, we've been going by there daily just to see, what they're selling, to see the feel of the store, and the gates have been down. Now, I was under the impression that once you're approved for a license, you're supposed to be ready to go. And I have, as of yesterday, still been unable to get in his store.
All right, anything else?
I don't have anything else to add.
All right, move on.
Unfortunately, just the distance between your store and the one we just licensed, it's just too close to approve two stores on that same street. It doesn't go to the type of application that was submitted. It looks as if the location seems to be the impediment. If you can find another location, I'll be more than happy to look at that. But based on the distance of the existing store, I couldn't approve this one.
Ironically, Commissioner, these premises were actually licensed as a liquor store
up until 2000.
It still is what it is. We got another store right across the street. It's nobody's fault, but we have to deny it. Thank you.
The location.
Apparently, this gentleman is not directly across the street. He's actually on the next
we've got
consideration.
Yeah, it's about 380 feet.
Yeah, it's still close. If you find another location, I'll be happy to consider that. Just not as close to another liquor store.
All right, thank you. Sorry.
Thank you for your consideration.
176, Nordic.
Good afternoon.
Afternoon.
Elke Hoffman. I'm representing Nordic LLC, and with me is Crystal Pay. She's the principal of the applicant. This application is in front of you today because of the opposition of the Community Board and the Block Association. Initially, the Community Board had actually approved it, and subsequently, as a result of some letters and campaigning by the Block Association, they actually withdrew their support, and you can even see in the resolution sent to you that it was originally approved. To describe the proposed method of operation, Ms. Pay has proposed to open a cafe space called Boudin, a Nordic-themed, really cafe retail space, bar prominently featuring products from Norway, Sweden, Finland, Iceland, Denmark, Greenland, and the Faroe Islands. The service will start in the mornings. It'll be open from like 7 or 8 in the morning for breakfast, a coffee service featuring coffee from Scandinavian roasters, and then sort of switch to an evening beer and cocktail program, really featuring, artisanal beers from the Nordic countries, as well as spirits like aquavit, like a handful of cocktails. It's a very modern space. She proposes to close at 1 a.m. daily. There's a small backyard she'd like to use for daytime hours and agreed to close by 8 p.m. When she first went to the SLA Committee of Community Board 1, one of the committee members said, we have no problem with it. Her hearing took about 10 minutes. There was nobody that appeared in opposition. They were pleased with it. And it wasn't until a few days later that the Milton Street Block Association, which represents the street behind her premise, not her block, sort of started campaigning in opposition to any new liquor licenses in the area, based primarily on grounds of oversaturation. And as a result, Community Board 1 changed their minds, she hasn't had an opportunity to go back, but she did subsequently meet with the Milton Street Block Association. In a meeting that took about an hour, and I think Anthony Caravello attended with her, she addressed every one of their issues. She had agreed to pretty much every stipulation they asked for about limiting hours and soundproofing, and ultimately, though, they still decided not to support because of the issue of oversaturation. This is not a crazy oversaturated area. There are about 4 other establishments on the actual block. None of them are adjacent to her premise. It's a long block. There are 3 around the corner, none between her place towards Milton Street and none on Milton Street. This is not sort of one of the East Village saturated areas where you're talking bar after bar after bar. In addition, what she's proposing is very unique and is something that, you know, a lot of people in the neighborhood do think is a public benefit. It's a very modern, clean line place featuring products from an area she's collected. I mean, every single one of the consulates from these countries has sort of written a letter of support and is very excited about having a location that can showcase food, beverage, and retail design items from these Nordic countries. I mean, I have a couple of pictures to show you the current state of the store. It's about as far from a loud bar tavern as you can possibly imagine. Yeah, there's an updated menu in there featuring, you know, you can see sort of the kind of food and beverage items that she has in mind. Meanwhile, not everybody agrees with the Milton Street Block Association. In the petition, the materials we forwarded you on Friday, there's about 230 signatures from residents in the area in support of her premise, including, you know, a letter from someone who lives 2 doors down who said he would never support a bar but is thrilled to have an establishment like this come by. So the Milton Street Block Association certainly does speak for everybody in the neighborhood. You know, several of the letters also sort of confirm that there is a large Nordic population, that there's sort of a lack of places that are showcasing the culture and food items from these areas. They attest to her experience and her character and fitness. And so I think, you know, Ms. Pei has done everything to demonstrate that this is a place that is in the public interest. It's a unique business model. Her method of operation is reasonable. She's collected petitions of support from neighbors and the consulate. And, I request that you approve this license.
I've got one question. One of the submissions we have, it's not signed, but as the contact, it gives the name Arthur Lees. And it alleges that he called the applicant on October 27th. She promised to call back in a few days. She never did. He also alleges that somebody else, Anna Sadrek, called her in November and that she didn't get back. So I'd just like you to address these. I mean, it seems that there was a lot of dialogue because it appears that you made a lot of changes. But there is the allegation that somehow you were uncooperative. Do you want to address that?
I did meet up with them in a meeting that's stated in in late October, and they continuously making phone calls to me asking certain questions. There were things that I have answers for, and there were things I don't, and I don't remember promising any answers to them, and I did the best to answer all the questions that they have.
Just kind of shutting up some of the call, from what I was told from Mr. Carabello, that one of the calls was like just telling her she should drop it and open a furniture store instead, that it wasn't as much of a meaningful dialogue about stipulations and hours and so it was getting to the point where it was no longer fruitful.
All right, so let's hear from the opposition. We'll give you a chance to respond.
Hi, thank you. My name is Arthur Reitz. I live on Milton Street. I'm a founding member and board member of the Milton Street Block Association. And it is true that the Community Board Member 1 did reject the application when opposition was received. We actually have the chairman of Community Board Member 1 with us. I want to point out that...
Well, on your letter to us, it gives us a return sort of as the addressee, the community of Greenpoint. Is that an organization, or is that just your characterization that you speak for the community?
Well, the Milton Street Block Association was formed about a year ago. It was one of the first kind of activist block associations that was vocal, expressing our displeasure with certain things going on.
That's very nice, but I'm asking you about this. It says in the upper right-hand corner where normally you would put your address, the community of Greenpoint. Is that an organization, or you just, that was just a statement by you that it's the community of Greenpoint?
I didn't want to put my address because I'm not speaking for just myself.
I see. You put it there because you're speaking for the community of Greenpoint.
I should have put Milton Street Block Association.
Okay.
Okay, so according to New York Magazine and Gothamist, the neighborhood that has the highest number of 311 complaints pertaining to public intoxication and urination is Greenpoint. The owners of Nordic LLC will claim that they're opening a Nordic-themed cafe. I'd respectfully like to call it a bar. Their rent is approximately $10,000 per month. At the previous hearing, she indicated that roughly 70% of her sales would come from coffee. Now, a rudimentary cost break-even analysis is assuming that coffee is free. She's going to have to sell 1,500 cups of coffee per month at $5 each. that it completely ignores all the costs with opening an establishment such as this. We included a picture, Appendix J, of their bar interior. It looks like a bar. Any bar owner, restaurant owner, cafe owner will tell you that the highest, margin product you can sell is alcohol.
What about the fact that they're offering to close at 1? Most bars in the city will tell us at these hearings that they really can't make it unless they go to, if not 4, then maybe 2 or 3. What about their willingness to close at 1?
She has a 10-year lease that she can't get out of, and she's desperate to start some form of business. When we met with her, the meeting that she referred to, she was going to close at midnight and eliminate the outdoor space altogether. So this is new information to me. I didn't hear this previously. The 2 phone calls that were referred to, I made one post. My wife made the other. We were trying to keep the dialogue going. If she's not willing to talk to us while she has a liquor license pending, I can't imagine what's going to happen when she does receive a liquor license, if she does receive a liquor license.
Was your wife the other person referred to in your letter?
Yes,
so she's the person that you tried to call, referred to in your letter.
Our community is predominantly Polish, Irish, Italian, and Hispanic. It's a working class community. We've had some huge high-profile abuses, the largest recorded ever oil spill in the continental United States, the largest water,
What does an oil spill have to do with this?
We're saying that the community is plagued with problems, and public drunkenness is a real quality of life issue. There are, I've included Appendix H, the SLA map. There are 17 locations with on-premises liquor licenses within 700 feet. There's 4 churches within 500 feet. The survey that she responded to or referred to, we took a look at it. We found it online, actually. We actually included it in our pack because I'm sure you don't see that very often. These people are from Florida, Ontario, British Columbia, Ireland, Iceland. I mean, if they've ever been to Greenpoint, I would be somewhat surprised or let alone understand the issues that we're encountering. I'd like to point you to Appendix G. It's a picture that we found of the owners of Boudin, as they said, chugging beer, and a beer that they hope to serve at the location should they get a liquor license. In my opinion, bar owners should not be promoting the chugging of beer because binge drinking chugging is not only proven to be hazardous to your health, but will undoubtedly lead to intoxication. Greenpoint does not need more intoxicated people on the streets than we've had already. And finally, Community Board Number 1 has rejected the application. And I don't know if anyone else, Chris, if you want to say a few words.
Yeah, sure. We'd like to hear from you. Yeah, well, you get your turn, but we're not just going to shout at each other. So you can go next, and then whoever wants to speak, just follow in order.
Thank you very much. Greetings, everyone. I just want to...
Can you state who you are?
Christopher Olahovsky, Chairman of Community Board Number 1, Greenpoint, Williamsburg, Brooklyn, New York. And just want to reiterate that the vote that was taken at the Community Board meeting on October 8th, after the Community Board as a whole reviewed the vociferous opposition by many members of the community, including the Milton Block Street Association. We take this very seriously when it comes to balancing our community needs in terms of excess versus a balance of what the community quality of life is, as far as that's concerned. And the vote on that particular item by the whole Community Board was 35 supporting rescinding the application and 1 vote no, so that even community members of the SLA review committee that were present changed their vote when they got better information as to what the problem was.
You implied that there was opposition from other than the Milton Street Block Association. Is that correct? That there was
opposition from other public sessions where people spoke. There may have been members of the Milton Block Association, but this is a meeting open to the public, so there were members of the public. May have been members of the community, but they were members of the public, as far as we were concerned, who were speaking very strongly in opposition to this.
So you don't know you don't know then if there were any people from other than this block association who spoke against. You really wouldn't be able to say that authoritatively because you implied that
that was the case.
The
public session to see who spoke and who they represented. I'm assuming that it was not just the Milton Block Association, however.
So when the initial vote was taken in favor, there'd been no public discussion, no public meeting?
No, there was just a committee review at that point. When the word spread about the situation, then of course there was a greater understanding of what the problem was, and we take it very seriously. As I said, when there's a community outburst of this kind, that this is an excess of bars in our community, and people have had enough of it, we take that very seriously in these times when so many of these applicants are applying, and I have to deal on a monthly basis with anything between 50 and 100 new applicants a month. And so we're looking for a balance in this community, and this is an example of something that in that particular region on Greenpoint Avenue is already causing problems with the existing, I think it's already been mentioned, the existing problems of loitering and urination, all those issues that we have there, the quality of life issues, and this would be just adding to that in a way that I think will disturb the quality of life in this neighborhood. And the community board spoke out very clearly. The whole board, including members of the committee, ultimately said, no, this is not a good idea for this particular place to have a bar, an establishment of this kind with liquor.
Okay.
All right?
How many residents did you have that appeared at the board meeting and voiced their opposition?
I think there were at least, in the public session we give about 2 minutes for everybody to speak. There must have been at least 12 to 15, probably more than 15 people speaking, but there were many people in attendance that weren't allowed to speak because we couldn't have time to have everybody speak. But it was a full house. It was a community board and the public that was there as well, listening and supporting the evidence against this establishment, along with the speakers who were speaking for their 2 minutes. I say there was around 15 of them at that time.
Thank you.
All right.
All right. Thanks very much. Anybody else wants to speak? We'll hear you.
I'm Anna Sablik. I just wanted to make 3 points. I wanted to, number one, explain what Milton Block Association is, because I think the name is a little bit misleading. It started off as a little group originating on Milton Block, dealing with local problems, but it's since grown into a community-based, and we probably should change the name down the road, community-based activist group. We have 563 members currently. Very few of them live on Milton Block. This is a community organization.
That clarification is helpful.
Number two, your point to the earlier closing hours. Our concerns are that just having a bar, another liquor license, will bring more people to start with, and that they're going to look for another place. It's going to be a bar hopping area, because we're already seeing that happening on Greenpoint Avenue and a little bit on Franklin, where it seems to be a cluster of all the liquor licenses and bars. And finally, 3, I've been in Greenpoint on and off since 1993. I grew up in Poland. I take my heritage very much to heart. I don't want Greenpoint is known as a little Poland. I don't want it to be known for drunk people. And unfortunately, that's what's become. And that's it. Thank you.
It is a bar tavern application. So the menu is appropriate. What is it?
The initial survey was 700 local signatures.
Yeah, all right. No more bars.
Okay.
All right, anybody else want to speak?
Hi, my name is Richard Mazer. I'm a lifetime resident of Milton Street. I'm sorry, Greenpoint. I've been on Milton Street since 1981, and my official title is, I'm a community activist. I'm the executive director of the North Brooklyn Development Corporation, so my view is broader. I'm on various committees. I've formed committees to create business improvement districts, so we're not anti-business. I run an environmental benefits fund of $19.5 million. So our mission from the standpoint of the North Brooklyn Development Corporation as a not-for-profit is to improve the quality of life for the residents and even business owners of Greenpoint. This is not a personal issue against the people that are trying to get the liquor license. It's a critical mass issue. Essentially, we've watched the evolution of both Williamsburg and Greenpoint, and in some cases, Williamsburg has become helter-skelter, where there's a mass it becomes like a public Disneyland for people who want to come to a destination to bar hop and have a good time. The area that the proposed location is in, there are about 8 bars within 2 blocks, and I personally have experienced a lot of, let's say, people after 4 o'clock in the morning, on their way home from drinking, even though they close early, let's say 1 o'clock. The whole idea is once you start, there are other locations very close by that people can go to and continue their drinking. Once you have a taste, you want to keep drinking. I'm not opposed to drinking per se, but we're in the center of, in this case, of a landmark district where the surrounding blocks are nice, peaceful streets, and there's there are a lot of broken bottles, a lot of public urination, some public displays of affection, and other things. And the reason that this passed the first time in front of the SLA committee was that essentially we were not aware of it. It wasn't until someone noticed the notice on the door and told us. They said, hey, do you know there's a bar opening up around the corner? And at that point we mobilized, wrote the letters to the community board, and showed up with 20 or 30 people at that meeting that they voted against the bar. So, I've been a community activist for a long time. It's nothing personal. It's just trying to control our growth so that we don't expose our citizens to more, let's say, onerous uses. And it's not the one single place that's a bad use. It's just that the 9th bar on the same 2-block radius just adds to the attraction, and as I said, it's an outside magnet for people to come and drink and have a good time. Even if they start with coffee and end with aquavit, it doesn't really matter. You're gonna want to maybe drink some more. So for us, it's again critical mass, quality of life issue, and that's why we're in opposition, not just as Milton Street, because as Anna mentioned, we've got people that signed up from the surrounding area, because once they heard what we were doing, they signed on. And, there are people that support, and there are people in opposition. Obviously, we live in a free country. That's pretty much it.
All right, thanks. All right, we'll hear from the applicant again. And I guess just to focus your comments, this is a 500-foot case. There is a burden to show that the application's in the public interest. And this is an application for a bar tavern. It's not an application, for example, for a restaurant. I'm looking at the offerings, and all right, so you got some, pickled herring or pickled cucumber or whatever. The offerings obviously are not like restaurant offerings. They're more like tapas. And it's clear that the emphasis will be on perhaps the coffee, but the moneymaker is going to be the drinking. So whether the Norwegian consulate is excited about this project is really not the issue. It's what's it going to do for this neighborhood to have another bar, because that's what this is going to be. That's what the application is for, a bar tavern. So that's what I'd like you to address.
I think, there's also, like I said, there's around 230 signatures from people who are also in the neighborhood that support this concept, who, one of the letters very clearly says, I would not support a bar, but this is a different concept. This includes a daytime use, and that is a significant benefit to the neighborhood. And to showcase products from a different culture and society is, I think, a public benefit. I think hearing that the opposition is opposed to any new bar, any new liquor license, no matter what, shows you that there hasn't been a balancing act. When she met, she was asked to close at midnight. She agreed. She was asked not to use the backyard. She agreed. And then they continued to oppose it. There was no opportunity for a dialogue. And there's not much opportunity. I mean, there are people here in support of her application as well. And, I told her to go out, and we got a lot of letters and support, from people also in the immediate community to show you that there are people who do think, there is a public benefit to bringing, a Nordic-themed sort of cafe and tavern to the area. This is, it's clean lines. It's not a dark, grungy place that I think it's about as far from a traditional bar tavern as you can imagine. And, I'll let her add to.
And also, we are really a concept place. We are not a big corporation, and my whole team who works for me is here. General managers, beer curators, Nordic design specialists. When they say 70% of our income is going to be coming from coffee, that is not true. We have redo our business model as we speak. We have a lot of Scandinavian design goods that we are reselling as well, and our coffee program is very innovating. If you would like to hear from our general manager, it's really a concept store with liquor elements in it as well, and we really believe it will bring diversity into the neighborhood. It is a very classy, tasteful space. We have investors. We put a lot of effort into cooperating with Milton Street Block. We met with them. We tried to meet their needs, and I even had petitions from people who live on Milton Street who are excited about us. We're not just another bar. We are people who have, who are very tasteful and very respectful, and I hope our license will be granted because I just really like what we're doing.
All right, thank you.
Are you ready to vote? Any questions? You said this was your updated menu.
This is the temp updated menu, but we have a Finnish chef who just come out with our recent winter menu. He just sent it to me the other day, so I have that if you want to see.
And your hours of operation was 7 a.m., you said?
The liquor will not be served in the morning. In the morning, it's the...
I'm just trying to get a feel for what you're offering the community that
what we have in the morning
doesn't concern alcohol.
Yeah, it's a very innovating coffee program. We have something, if you like, our general manager...
I see general things like, espresso, cappuccino.
Innovative about here. Do you mind if I get...
I'm not
bring
innovative.
up our coffee manager? Yeah, can we get our... Elliot Raymond is our general manager and also coffee program director. He is an expert in coffee, so he's going to speak a little bit about it.
Well, thank you. My name is Elliot Raymond. I will be the daytime manager and general manager of Budin, and specifically I am focusing a lot on the coffee aspects of the program. What we're going to be doing at Budin is importing coffee that has never been served on a consistent basis in the United States. It is something that a lot of people are very excited about. There's a lot of growth in the coffee movement, in people wanting to try new elements, and people are excited about a lot of things Nordic right now. And this is a very excellent opportunity to show people what they're doing over there, and we will be representing it as best as we can in Budin. And I also wanted to say that so we will be having events from people who have roasted the coffee, who are involved in the coffee business, who are so excited that they are wanting to come over to our store specifically to give lectures and give classes and talks about the coffee.
So if the focus is going to be around coffee and the different types of food, and I also see you have, goods that are designer and other items that doesn't revolve around alcohol, is this going to be something that, I'm trying to see how the alcoholic beverage is supposed to complement this type of restaurant or cafe, and could you operate without that element?
I believe that's an integral part of the experience that we're trying to represent. We're also trying to grow as a brand and grow within the community, and this is something that will be able to give lots of people access and create a community space. Something that we are very inspired by is when you go to a cafe or a bar in some of these countries, it's oftentimes multi-use, and we really appreciate that. It brings families, it brings young people, it brings older people, it brings everyone in, and everyone gets to be involved in what is going on. We're very collaborative. It's going to be a very collaborative business, and yes, I think that having liquor on a very mild manner is something that we really believe is part of it. Also, like I'm saying, with this effort that I've put into the coffee program for Ms. Pei and for Buthen, it's very extensive. It's a lot of effort, and we are doing something that when we get this coffee, we will be representing it, and we have highly trained baristas. And to then turn over at nighttime to something that's completely the opposite, or a loud, raucous bar, that would not make any sense with our business model.
What is your background? What were you doing prior to this?
I have worked in coffee shops for 8 years.
What coffee shops?
I started in Massachusetts, and then I worked at Stumptown Coffee Roasters here in New York. For a few years I was there. I started as a barista there, and I became a trainer, education specialist, and manager.
And when you say you do the daytimes, what would your hours be?
I would be there, the way I see management...
How do you see your hours?
I see them exceeding 40 hours a week. So being there...
So who would be there in the evening hours, the later hours?
We have 2 nighttime managers. One of them is there, he's working Precious. He's curating our beer program, sort of similar vibe to our coffee program. Our spirit manager, Mike Stakovich, unfortunately cannot be here today, but it's pretty much the same vibe, and they will be rotating, maintaining the same concept and area throughout, from the day to the evening to take care.
May I also say one more thing about the menu? Is that we will also be working with a lot of local businesses and individuals, even though we are a Nordic-themed establishment. A lot of the coffee eventually will be split between the Nordic imported roasters as well as a local roaster. And the reason why we're doing this is because we want the prices to be accessible to the community. If we were to serve Nordic imported coffee and make a margin on it, we understand that is something that is difficult to do. So we will be serving also coffees that will be roasted here roasted in Brooklyn. That will be at a fair price to everyone, and people have options. Same with the beer.
A question
Yes.
with your marketing strategy and what you're trying to do here. It sounds as if this is something that could operate much earlier, close by like 11 o'clock, 10 o'clock. I would think beer and wine would be sufficient. Is that absolutely outside of what you envision this location to be?
And I would tend to agree with Commissioner Green. There are places in Manhattan that promote Scandinavian food and Scandinavian culture, but they don't, but you don't go there for a cocktail. Maybe you'll have a glass of wine with your meal, but you're not going there for a cocktail. And they wouldn't have bar tavern licenses. I would assume that they've got restaurant licenses based on my dealings with those places, and yet they promote Scandinavian culture. And I think our concern is that while this has some very attractive accoutrements to it, it still would be adding, the way this is put together now, a bar in a neighborhood where the community has said that they feel there are too many bars, and it is a 500-foot case.
We will be totally fine with wine and beer, and earlier closing time, we have a fantastic artisanal beer selection that, we're excited to introduce to the public.
Let's do midnight with wine and beer.
That would not be a problem for us.
1 o'clock on a weekend.
I think stick to 12.
All right, whatever you think. Yeah, we'll let you comment on that. What we're considering is limiting this to wine and beer, and they would close at 12. And then, by the way, it's not a 500-foot case at that point, and the burden shifts the other way. They don't have to show it's in the public interest. The burden's on the community to show that there's good cause to deny it. If it were a 12 o'clock closing and they just served wine and beer.
So I just wanted to respond to, we spent a lot of time talking about coffee.
Yeah.
We love coffee.
I'm sorry?
We love coffee. We have no problem with a coffee shop. What my concern is, you can be a trinket shop, a Viking sweater shop, a coffee shop, and a bar, a bar is what makes money. So, I mean, you guys are smart. You go through this every day. That's what brings money. I go to buy coffee maybe 3 times a day, and I think I'm probably excessive. Most people buy coffee
When you
once.
mentioned the quality of life issues, I'm sure a lot of the locations are open much later. Do you see that? I get it. They're serving, alcohol. I'm trying to limit that to
I really appreciate it.
Don't
So
have the late night element.
I appreciate it.
Try to curtail.
They also
hours.
don't have a full kitchen, so every bar, Pencil Factory on the corner, they have sandwiches, they put it in a microwave. Everyone offers some sort of food, and everyone puts a twist on it. But this is all in an effort to open a bar, because that's what brings money. I mean, I go to sit in a coffee shop / bar, I might have 1 cup of coffee, but I have multiple glasses
So let me ask you
of wine or
this.
pure liquor.
If you oppose a wine and beer application, let's say, who do you think's going to come in there and pay $10,000 a month rent? What are you waiting for then for that location? Let's say they have a very civilized operation where a lot of it is the coffee and the pickled herring, and they sell some wine and maybe they sell some beer, but it's obviously not a late night hangout. I don't think I buy the argument that it'll add to the bar hopping, because if people want to come to Greenpoint to get drunk, there are places they can go now. They don't need to go to a place that closes at 12. But my question is so what are you waiting? What are you looking for to come in there that's going to pay $10,000 a month rent?
10,000 is questionable.
Well, whatever it is.
I would love a coffee shop. But I just don't think that space is designed for it, because it's a huge space. A gym, there's a yoga place.
We just heard your partner say that you can't survive selling coffee.
Absolutely. That space is too large.
So there is no answer to my question. You don't have the answer.
Well, the answer is I mean, this is an evolving community. We really need more things that are buying the community as opposed to destroy it. So next door, which is owned by the same owner, it's two buildings next to each other. A yoga place open in the same space. Unbelievable. Brings community together, peaceful place. There's lots of ideas like this. I just don't think another bar really sets the tone. That block in itself is a huge problem. Greenpoint Avenue is super busy, and that's where the subway is. That's where all the drunk people hang out.
All right.
Thank you.
Go into conference.
All right, we're going to go into executive session.
Would the chair consider, would you consider 1 a.m. on Friday and Saturday and midnight during the week?
We're going to go into executive session right now.
He had something he submitted an offer for.
All right, all set. All right, any other questions or comments? Anybody else want to add anything? Nothing redundant, though? Has everything been said? All right, but do not repeat anything that's been said, please. If it's something new, come forward.
Yes, come forward.
Just to add a comment, during the community board meeting when there was this strong opposition to this establishment, we did not hear any of the comments we're hearing today about how positive it was and the support for such an establishment with this concept of coffee and alcohol. Nothing like that was ever brought up at the community board meeting, so it's the first time we're hearing about it.
Was the applicant at the meeting?
No, I don't believe so.
Well, did you have notice of the meeting?
The committee meeting was public, and they were approved at the public meeting.
Yeah.
At the committee meeting.
I'm
referring to the community board.
What about the subsequent meeting? Well, was your client on notice of the full board meeting?
It's on a public notice. It's on the website. It's a public notice.
Yeah. And you heard no support?
No, I didn't. That's why I was trying to add that point.
All right. Okay. Anything else? Yep.
I'd like to state my name is Michelle Bienda. I'm a member of the Milton Street Block Association. I'm also a resident of...
You also a what?
A resident, a lifelong resident of Greenpoint. I grew up directly behind this building, and I like most of the establishments that have come into my neighborhood. There's been nice new clothing shops. There's going to be a New York Sports Club. There's a yoga place. We like coffee. There's a great upright coffee place down the street from me. I think this kind of a business that's going to end up bringing more alcohol is going to kill the yoga place, is going to kill several of the places.
Why would it kill the yoga place? Why would it influence in a negative way the yoga place?
Well, if you're doing yoga, you want peace and meditative
an
atmosphere. It's directly adjacent to it.
Uh-huh.
There's open windows in the backyard where the people doing yoga can see people outside hanging out, talking.
Yeah.
That open backyard can see directly into my house.
Uh-huh.
I didn't want to bring a personal level to this, but I am a part of the community, and the house behind this is part of the community.
How long have you lived in
My entire life.
I mean, how many years is that?
Oh, I'm sorry, 28.
All right. And this is just a general question before we vote. I'm from Brooklyn originally, and I know Greenpoint, I know Williamsburg, and I know it from as far back as the 50s and 60s. And while people are raising issues, and I'm particularly interested in your comments because you go back a ways, and I remember the days when a lot of those streets were very, very dangerous. And one of the things that these restaurants and bars have done, I think, is make these neighborhoods, help them to gentrify and help them to bring in other businesses. Perhaps you're the best person to address that because you've lived through it. But, I've been to these neighborhoods when I was young, I've been to them when I was older, and I've seen some good influences from the increase in licensed establishments. Sometimes those places are almost pioneers. I've seen it in some areas on the Lower East Side, for example, in the East Village. I'm not saying that you don't reach a point at times where it is saturated and you don't want any more licenses, and we've denied them. Very often on 500-foot cases we'll deny licenses. But that's that effect. People are talking as if somehow somebody opening up a hardware store 50 years ago is what helped to change this neighborhood. And I think these licenses have had a lot to do with these neighborhoods being gentrified and becoming more high-end, and your property values going up. You may address it, but I also like you to address it, having lived a little longer than you.
One of the differences is that a lot of these places are on strictly commercial streets without a residential landmark block directly behind them, where properties are close to $2 million.
Mm-hmm.
Another thing is we had a shooting or a stabbing on the corner of Franklin Street and Milton Street in front of our garage within the past couple of months, and that has died down in decades. Growing up there, I was very safe. I didn't have a problem playing in the streets. And now you have people driving quickly up the block. It's turning into the Lower East Side. It's turning into Bedford Avenue. And I want to protect the nice neighborhood I grew up in.
All right.
Okay, since I've lived in the neighborhood since the 1950s, I've seen about 3 cycles. When I was a young child, there was a bar in every corner. But the bars tended to be local neighborhood bars where even families, after church on Sunday, the whole family would be sitting there having a beer and a sandwich or whatever. So then during the transition from alcohol to drugs in the 60s and 70s, all the bars closed down and they became abandoned. Now, Franklin Street was definitely dangerous to walk on.
Those were bad years.
During those years. West Street you would never even walk on. Kent Avenue you would never walk on. They're all dangerous places. So part of what you're saying is absolutely true. That because of all the attraction of, opening up some boutique shops on Franklin Street, some restaurants, there's a French restaurant around the corner, Le Gamin, that kind of stuff I really appreciate. The boutique restaurants, whatever, even a boutique coffee shop would be fine. And ultimately, that made it safer to walk on Franklin Street over recent years, made it safer to walk on Kent Avenue even because there are projects that were developed and everything else. But then you cross that threshold and you say, okay, so we're walking in the evening and it's okay, but now at midnight, 1 o'clock, 2 o'clock in the morning, you've got the inebriates that congregate because it becomes a destination. See, the whole point is if it's safe to walk around, most normal people will be home by 11 or midnight. So it's pretty much the safety after that hour or the noise. If you're my bedroom faces the street. On occasion, I get awakened at 4 o'clock in the morning because a cluster of people that have just come out of the bar are speaking loudly, carousing, having a good time. I don't go out there and shout them down because, it takes too much trouble. They usually pass by the time I'm done. But that's kind of the difference. Yes, it is safer because there are more people and we've attracted a crowd, but now what kind of a crowd do we attract in the later hours of the evening and at night? And, in some ways you appreciate the change, and then you cross over another threshold at the later hours where it becomes more dangerous and more onerous.
I don't believe that bars and restaurants lead to gentrification. It's gentrification that leads to bars and restaurants. Our area, Greenpoint, was overlooked because of its seemingly inaccessibility to New York City, but it's in a great location. It's very close to Manhattan. So you had residents starting to move in who would start to go to these type of establishments. Then the establishments came in.
I'm not sure you're right. All right, what do you think?
Very briefly.
The G-Train was hated.
I'm sorry?
The G-Train, which would service Greenpoint, was hated. It was said to be the worst train. Now you have, nobody hates it to go there. It's easy, it's very accessible. You didn't have all these people here 10, 15 years ago. 10, 15 years ago, before these new places came in, so I was like either 18 or so, or younger than that, I wasn't afraid to walk on Franklin Street. I wasn't afraid to walk on West Street to take the walk from the L to my house. And now there's a bus, which will make it easier to go from Bedford Avenue, White Street, all the restaurants and bars over there, bus all the way down into my neighborhood where there's another hub. So it's going to be like spot A to party, spot B to party.
All right. Where you up?
Yeah.
All right. No, we're going to vote now.
Yeah, we're ready.
We got a lot of people. It's well into the afternoon. We've got a room full of people, and I think we've given this case enough time. So let's vote.
I was hoping to at least see if we can resolve the issue of just the bar atmosphere. I got a better picture of what you're trying to accomplish there. But the application that's before us is a 500-foot. And based on the opposition that you have, I'm going to have to deny it. But I want to give you some hope that I would hope that if you take into consideration what you heard and if you're modifying what your method of operation will be, maybe you have an opportunity to pitch it to the community again. But obviously, the bar atmosphere, you're going to get a lot of pushback, but maybe the community board and the residents would hear a lot more of the cafe that you described while you were before us today. But the application before me, I have to deny it.
And I agree with Commissioner Green. I mean, what we've got is an application literally for a bar tavern license, and basically the menu is a bar tavern menu. It's a little different, but it's basically a different kind of tapas. And based on what we've heard from the people here who've come on to express the point of view, at least one segment of the community, maybe more than one segment actually of the community, this area does not need another bar tavern, even if it has some interesting wrinkles to it. To me, had this come in the posture of, for example, a restaurant application with a full kitchen where we're talking Scandinavian entrees, it may have had a little, I may approach it a little differently. But what I've really got is an application for a bar with some interesting wrinkles, but it's in an area where, based on what I've heard today, I don't think the public interest is served with approving of another tavern license. So I also deny it. Thank you.
(183) Bowery Restaurant Group. I have a 1 o'clock calendar call. Sorry.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We're here on reconsideration, and also in the interest of everybody else that's here. I'm not going to repeat. I'm certain that you read the request for reconsideration and that you read the letters in support that have already been submitted. In addition to that, and I'm going to try to keep everyone as brief as possible, I'm going to hand out a map which Mr. Polakakis will explain, and there's a larger one that when it comes time for him.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm also going to hand up a revised menu. You already have the revised. Would you like Mr. Polakakis to explain that first, or whatever you prefer?
Go ahead.
All right, Peter. You want to explain what that map is before we move on?
Good afternoon. The map is pretty much self-explanatory. The three circles represent 300 feet, 400 feet, and 500 feet. The green dot in the middle represents our restaurant, and the pink dots throughout are the letters that were against Bowery Restaurant Group's application, and it's just showing that all the letters were outside of the 500 feet. So it's pretty much, that's what it explains.
Yes.
This one I don't have copies of. Should I bring it up?
Hold it up.
Okay. Oh, this revised.
Or do you want me to do this one later? There's another one that is, if you don't have copies, is larger, which we'll do a little later, but because we were handing that up, I just wanted Peter to explain.
Go ahead.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioner Green, if I might right now, I've handed up a packet of letters, some of which you've gotten, and some of, I think there are two that you don't, including letters from elected officials and from various charities in the neighborhood, mostly job development type charities, attesting to the fact that the granting of the license and the existence of this restaurant would constitute a benefit to the community for various reasons, and it's in the letters. I don't need to repeat it. We have a number of people, though, that would like to speak to you briefly, and the first one I would like to ask to do that would be Virginia Key, who you have a letter from, and who is a resident of the residential building that is nearest, the Ice House condominium, which is nearest to the premises, and her feelings about this being a positive benefit to the community. Her husband, Dr. Key, is with her, but there's no point in them both saying the same thing. They are in accord.
Thank you so much, Chairman Rosen and Commissioner Green. I am Virginia Key. I'm a retired teacher of junior high school and also considered an Asian American community leader. Today I'm wearing two hats. One, as the founding member of the Chinese American Planning Council, the largest and most important community social service nonprofit organization in the United States for Asian Americans, serving the needy and the poor. I am also a neighbor to the Bowery Group. My husband and I live at 354 Broome Street, and we think it would be very nice to have a nice restaurant in the neighborhood. It would be an amenity. I grew up in a Chinese restaurant, and I know what it means when you are serving food and you cannot serve a cocktail or a liquor or any kind of wine. I think this is a hardship to the restaurant. The Bowery Group has reached out to the Chinese American Planning Council. They reached out to CPC. We talked to them about job development. This is very important for minority youth and also people who are unemployed. And the fact that it is not just one restaurant, it means that they are in a group. This affords a lot of opportunity on different levels for our people to learn. I feel that they have done the outreach. This is a very responsible business group. They are very civic-minded, and they should set the example for other businesses that want to come into a community. You do the outreach, you try to serve people. I think it's great that they will be cleaning the area and offering jobs to disabled people. My neighbors, my husband and I, would appreciate having a nice restaurant. And we used to be, we've been there for over 20 years. Brown Street on the Bowery used to be all lamp shops. People came to shop for lamps. After dark in the winter, all the lamp shops are closed, and it is very dark. To have a well-lit business on the street, it is very reassuring and helpful to safety and security. So we are here to give support and ask that you issue a liquor license. I know that your authority, you are doing the best you can to give it to businesses that have merit. Well, the Bowery Group has a track record, and we know that they are a neighborhood-friendly business. There's Harry's Cafe, Harry's Bar, Harry's Italian, and they have worked very closely with community. We respect them. We will think that that would be a very good addition to our Chinatown, Broome Street, Bowery area. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Next, I know we have submitted a traffic report because one of the issues in your original disapproval related to traffic in the area. At that time, we didn't believe that we were going to have a major impact, but as a result of your original determination, the only real traffic study group in the city, the Schwartz Group, was hired. I'm sure you've read the report, but Daniel Schack from that group is here just to speak to you briefly as well.
Right. And we have read the report, so please be brief.
Okay.
As you said, I'm Daniel Schack from Sam Schwartz Engineering. We did a traffic assessment of the proposed restaurant, basically with the assumption it was a 150-seat restaurant, and we looked at existing volumes and conditions at that location on Bowery and Broome, and then did a trip generation to determine or estimate how many vehicle trips would be generated by the restaurant. To be brief, our basic findings are that one, the volume in the area on Broome and on Bowery decreases substantially in the evening when the restaurant will be most active. And at most, we estimate 12 vehicle trips in an hour at the peak for the restaurant. And that's on a weekday, including private autos and taxis, which isn't a substantial amount. It wouldn't have. We don't expect an impact on traffic flow on either of the streets. In addition, there is no standing along the frontage of the building on both Bowery and Broome Street, which allows a space for pickup drop-off activity, so it wouldn't have to occur in the travel lane and wouldn't likely block traffic flow. So it's just to brief, in our estimate, it wouldn't have any substantial traffic impact on either street.
For the weekday, what about weekends?
Weekend, the peak hour on a weekend, we estimate 10 vehicle trips in an hour.
At what times? When you say peak hours, what do you consider the peak hours?
The peak hour of the restaurant, like how many...
When, according to the report, when is that? On a weekend, what's the peak hours?
We have from our client, we have understanding that the restaurant would be busiest on a weekend, between 8 p.m. and 12 a.m. What time, we used rates from other facilities to determine the peak percentage in an hour. It would be at some point in that time period, there would be 10 vehicle trips in an hour. I can't say the exact.
Yeah, I understand. All right. Thanks.
Thank you.
Next, Marguerite Van Cook from Howell. You have a letter, but she'd like to address you briefly.
Mm-hmm.
And she'll explain who Howell is.
All right, we have read the letter, so again, please be brief.
My name is Marguerite Van Cook. I'm a resident of the Lower East Side for the last 33 years. My husband, myself, and my son are all artists. I am on the board of directors of the Howell Arts Festival, which is a month-long festival which occurs and has occurred for the last 10 years on the Lower East Side, offering free entertainment and including all of the different arts organizations under one banner. Through that organization, I was able to help establish an emergency support system for artists, Howell Help, which has allowed me to become very familiar with what artists need on their daily lives and in emergency situations. I'm particularly happy to speak about this restaurant because immediately upon hearing about it, they reached out to us and invited us to consult with them about how we could work with them and to bring more arts into their neighborhood. It's absolutely vital that artists have places to show, and the restaurant will, in fact, showcase different artists in all of the different areas of the establishment. Additionally, they will be having performance, which we are so on board with. There's a dearth of places for performers on the Lower East Side. We're being edged out. When I arrived there, I was one of the first gallery owners, and we became a very strong cultural force as a community. And in the last few years, some of that has started to be pushed out because of rising prices. So this kind of opportunity for artists to show is absolutely essential. We love the way they've approached us and are working with us and are offering to join in with some of our other cultural activities through the festival. Additionally, we would like to have the opportunity for our members to work in another restaurant, which is obviously the day job that so many artists need and would like to have. It's in an ideal location for us to have our work shown and exposed, and we're very comfortable with them. We really welcome them wholeheartedly. My organization works with at least every year, about 2,000 artists over the last 10 years. We've worked with over 100 different organizations who all come under our banner. So I'm very familiar with the, what the arts community feels about these.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Next person I'd like to address you briefly is Michael Ross, from ACE. He's not the same person who signed the letter on behalf of that organization, so he'd like to say a few words as well.
Good afternoon. I am Michael Ross. I'm here speaking on behalf of ACE, Programs for the Homeless. The reason that we're here is, first, the Bowery organization, they really did their due diligence. They reached out to organizations within their area to make sure that we're not only comfortable, but they will be able to assist us in our endeavors with our organizations. Our entire thing is to get homeless men and women back to work, full-time employment. They have already hired some of our participants in some of the other restaurants under the Bowery Restaurant Group umbrella, and we know opening this restaurant would just give us more opportunity to get our guys full-time employment. With that, in the area, a lot of our guys come from the outpatient facility Education Alliance, and with that, we will be able to not only have our people within that area get jobs, but it will detract from the homeless population within that area and put these individuals back to work. And with the Soul Hotel, we receive contributions from them, and we sweep the streets in front of that location, so it will also keep the neighborhood clean. And like I said before, they did their job, and they really just said, look, this is what we want to do, how can we assist you, and we're here to not only, make our restaurant a success, but to also make this neighborhood even more of a success. And that's why we support them.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
The next person that wanted to speak to you is Miguel Acevedo. Now, he spoke to you last time. He's on community, and you tell me if you recall his testimony. Community Board 4 where one of their other restaurants is located. He spoke about that.
And he indicated that it was good operator there.
But, yes.
So we could just note that for the record.
Okay. Now, Peter would like to speak to you about that. Is that just a larger...
No, that's
Yeah, just explain what that map is, because they do not have copies of it.
Okay. This map represents the non-residential areas around our restaurants. So let me come over here. This is the corner as to where we're located, and the highlighted yellow are the areas of non-residential buildings. There are a few residents across the street, very few. The main residential impact is the building across on Bloom Street, where Ms. Key and Dr. Key reside, who are in full support of this area. The rest of this is all hotel, from this part all the way around, and then other businesses over here. And the other thing that came up in our last hearing was the fact that there were a couple of licenses in this building already. I wanted people to rest assured that there are no licenses on Bowery, and we are the only license on Bowery. And this building is a peninsula. It starts at Bowery, wraps around Broome, and goes all the way to Elizabeth Street. So yes, there are licenses on the other side of the hotel entrance, right, of this building, in the non-residential building in the hotel itself, but we are the only license that is on the corner of the building. So again, it's fairly self-explanatory, but I just wanted to show that how it's set up. Secondly, in support of that, I also wanted to go over the method of operation quickly, because I wanted people to really understand that we take our restaurants very seriously, and in fact, this is what we hope to be one of the best restaurants in our whole entire portfolio. The menu clearly shows that, the wine list. All right, the service to put this type of operation out is easily seen when you review this, and it is quite different from all the other licenses that are in that area. Most of the licenses in that area, not all, but most, have just straight up tavern or bar menus, and we are furthest from that. And that we have wine lists, we have dessert lists, we have after dinner drink selections. We are clearly a restaurant, so the suspicion that we would not be is...
What's going to be going on in the basement on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night until 4 a.m.?
I think we limited the hours in in our changed method of operation in response to your...
I thought the basement was still going to be 4 a.m. on the weekends.
It is. Now, the basement is a parlor operation, okay? It is a cocktail bar. It is not a nightclub.
But it's not a restaurant. It's a lounge. It's a bar.
But it's also, it's not a place where people are just going to line up and come in like it's a nightclub. It only holds a small number of people. It's by no means what we would put our stake in for a nightclub. It's an amenity. It's an area where people can reside, where we can do a lot of the artwork that we were talking about. It's going to be a cultural lower level, and it's going to.
Why does that have to be open till 4 o'clock?
Because we were, if you look at the hours of operation, the way that it's set up, we are very concerned about having to have customers leave at an earlier hour of operation. We can just bring customers downstairs and they can have their after dinner drinks and they can have
So why are you concerned about them leaving early?
Because, you know, when you invite a customer in and they're sitting down at 11 o'clock at night to have to, or 12 o'clock at night to have to ask them to leave because of our hours of operation, you know, when they're spending good money, you know, it's not like we're just throwing out.
See, but that's the issue. But that's the issue here for us. The issue is the public interest. It's a 500-foot case. If it's dining and drinking, that's one issue. If it's dining and then drinking for 3 hours, that gets into the public interest issue that some segments of the community feel very strongly is a problem. And so, for all that you've tinkered with the application a bit, if we've got the basement operating till 4 in the morning, and that's basically going to be the bar.
Only on Fridays and
I think it's a Thursday, Friday, and Saturday.
Thursday, Friday.
Am I right? So, and I think that's the sort of thing that galvanizes the community opposition, that they tell us we have enough of. People drinking in this area till 4 in the morning, we've got enough of that. And it's not their argument is it's not in the public interest to have more of that. So all you talk about a restaurant is great, and that's fine, but we're talking about Thursday, Friday night till 4 o'clock, people drinking in the basement.
I think, Mr. Chairman, one of the things that we have done here in order to ameliorate that is that we have curtailed the number of people that we will allow in the basement to a pretty small number, and a number that we don't believe would have the kind of impact as if you had a 150-person establishment open until 4 o'clock in the morning. It's just the basement, and food will be available there as well, but it is now a pretty small number down there.
50 people?
Yeah, I mean, 50 people on the Bowery just on weekends, you know, again, there won't always be 50. That would be the maximum that might still be there at that hour. We don't really expect them to be there.
And that is a maximum capacity. And just to show, I mean...
what have you done physically to change the from 67 to 50? What have you...
We're litigating, but we are defending it, and nothing has been proven. It was.
Right, so we can end up litigating this one with you.
I think it's a totally different type of establishment.
No, but that's an example of a bait and switch. Let me finish. That's an example of a bait and switch, where you represent clients that come before us and say we'll have 60 people, and then they have 120, and we say, well, you can't do that, and then we end up litigating with you for 3 years while the community suffers and they're outraged.
Okay.
And so when you stand before us and say, well, we're going from 67 to 50, council expresses a legitimate concern, given our past history with clients that you represent, and make those kinds of representations for.
I agree about the concern. However, that premises has been open for a substantial period of time. It's not a bait and switch. They are what they are. And
what does that mean?
They are.
What does that mean? They are what they are.
I mean, there's no difference in their method of operation.
But if an application says 60 and in the real world it's 120, you're telling me that's not a bait and switch?
It was one night in 3 years.
All right. Yeah. Okay. Let's move on.
Okay, but let me.
Let's move on, Mr. Pisetsky. Okay. Let's move on back to this.
Okay.
What has been done to that area to make it smaller, literally, so that now instead of 6 or 7 people being able to fit in it comfortably, only 50 people can comfortably fit in with it.
Good question. We reconfigured we reconfigured seating. Okay, we made the space a bit smaller, but we reconfigured seating, and it's going to be like I said before, a parlor, which is a little bit different.
What about people standing there?
There's not going to be standing.
How do you
if you look at one of our other restaurants, it's basically it's going to be a reservation only kind of environment, okay, where you come down and you have to be seated. If you look at one of our places, Dead Rabbit DRT Group, all right, our first level is a typical tavern, and our second level on the second floor is a parlor, okay, and it is seated only. We're talking about maitre d'.
Stand-up bar?
No, there is a stand-up bar with seats in front of it, and you have to sit at the bar in order to have a drink.
If I'm sitting and I'm with 3 friends and they're standing,
that will not happen.
That will not happen.
That will not happen in this case. This is a seated-only environment. There's a maitre d'.
So if we put that if a license were issued and we put that on the license, that in the basement area will be seating only, that it would be a violation of the license if patrons are standing, that would be acceptable to you.
I mean, for standing with a drink in hand. If they're in transit, it's a different story. But yes, yeah.
So that would be that would not be a problem. So we're going to back that up if we're doing it on the line. Okay, that's helpful.
So the basement you're using as reservation only? It's not as if you're having people have dinner on the first level. If they didn't finish or they want to go down to the cellar, like, how do you do that?
They will have to have seats. They will have to. It's going to be kind of you know.
Didn't
first
you
come.
say if they didn't finish, you want to have them be able to eat their meal on the lower level?
Yes, they can come down. If there's nothing available on the lower level, then they would not be able to go to the lower level. It's we do this in our Dead Rabbit Tavern. It works very, very well. Sometimes, you know, customers show up and they can't, and they don't understand why they cannot stand at a bar. But you have to understand we're putting out very serious cocktails, and we have a very serious cocktail program. There's only a certain rate of drinks that can go out to customers at a certain period of time. So we have to do the seating if we want to have that caliber of drink.
All right. Anything else?
If I could just, I know I don't want to beat a dead horse, but we had that violation pending there. When I spoke to Mr. Osino, who actually runs that place, and I discussed with him the bill of particulars and the possibility of pleading, and he said, no, it's not the way the report says, and I want to defend it, and we are. We were prepared to finish that hearing when it was on the first time, and the authority couldn't produce all their witnesses, but we were ready. Okay? And it was an anomaly. It was not something that happens very often.
Do you have anything else to present?
One more person. I apologize. Ms. Bates from AHRC, who was not on my list. You have a letter from her, but you would just like another.
All right, and we have read your letter, so please be brief.
Yes, good afternoon. I'm here to represent AHRC. We're a community-based organization that support people with developmental disabilities, and BRG has partnered with us to employ some of our individuals to do cleaning in the park as well as hopefully in their restaurants, and they've been really wonderful partners, so we'd like to continue that.
All right, thank you.
Thanks.
I'll wait to sum up to hear the opposition.
Yeah, let's hear the opposition.
Hi, I was here before. My name is Michelle Campo. I live on the Valley. I've lived there many decades. And I'm here in opposition to, I'm curious about this.
Where's your residence?
184 Bowery.
Okay. Go ahead.
I'm curious about this, the residents of the Bowery. You know, a lot of these places are loft buildings. They're not apartment buildings. There are people living there. Most every space on the Bowery is a living residence as well as working residents. I just want to state that. And you have my letter from before. Yeah. I also want you to say I spoke to Paul Goldstein. I know you have a couple of letters that have changed from Councilmember Chin and from Sheldon Silva.
So Sylvan Silver, the speaker sent us a letter praising the group, but he nowhere says in the letter that he's supporting this application.
Right, he said he did not rescind that letter. I just wanted to...
Yeah, so I don't see him in support of the application.
Right.
I see him in support of the group.
Right,
but he nowhere refers to the specific application.
Yes.
Now, Councilmember Chin did reverse her position, and she's now apparently in full support.
Yeah, she's reversed before. That's another story. I do have a letter from somebody who could not be here, who is with our Bowery Block Association, and he had to teach a class today. So, can I read that to you? It's not that long.
Well, is it more than one page? If it's more than one page, I'm not going to make everybody in this room listen to it. You may hand it up, and we'll look at it.
It's really a page because it has this, heading here.
All right, go ahead.
Quickly? Okay. Dear Chairman Rosen, the application of Bowery Restaurant Group LLC to open a restaurant and lounge at 146 Bowery is scheduled to be reconsidered. The full board of the SLA on Tuesday.
Could you skip those kinds of parts, please, for all these people waiting? We know it's on today.
Yes, I know.
Thank you.
He had hoped to testify in person, but he couldn't, had to do something else. At the 62-unit condominium building he lives in, and for which he serves as, I'll read it in his name, I serve as president of the board of managers, is located just 2 blocks from the premises in question, a distance of roughly 700 feet. While we are not quite within the 500-foot zone, we are affected by the significant increase in liquor licenses within our immediate area. My building also happens to have the misfortune of hosting the general and finale in its commercial space, businesses with which I am sure the SLA is quite familiar. Our residents have therefore borne more than our share of recent developments on the Bowery. The original application of 146 Bowery was denied by Community Board 2 by unanimous vote. It was likewise denied by the full board of the SLA on October 23rd, 2013, and yet fewer than 90 days later, the same application has come up for reconsideration. No doubt the applicants have altered their proposal in cosmetic ways. I hear that they have also conducted a traffic study. Everyone proposing to open a bar or restaurant on the Bowery seems to pay for a traffic study, and they all show that the businesses in question will not add significantly to the traffic problems along the street. Well, I can tell you that there are many issues those traffic studies ignore, such as double parked cars, idling taxis, and other problems that block traffic, and are not captured by simply counting numbers of vehicles, as those studies tend to do. People who pay for traffic studies are paying to show that they will not cause problems. The companies they pay know this and deliver the desired product. When considering the impact of this application, the board should keep in mind that a 315-room, 22-story hotel is already under construction in the northeast corner of Bowery and Delancey, a mere 436 feet from the premises in question. This Goliath of a hotel, which will certainly also apply for multiple liquor licenses and quite possibly a nightclub, will add significantly to the foot and vehicular traffic in the immediate area. For this reason, the SLA should be all the more careful when considering nearby license applications such as the one before you. In its original decision denying a liquor license, the SLA cited as a significant reason for denial that the community does not appear to need and does not want another licensed establishment in this neighborhood. This remains the case. If the plans for 146 Bowery were a bad idea on October 23, 2013, when they originally voted on, they remain a bad idea on January 14, 2014. I hope that the vote of the SLA will reflect this fact. Sincerely, Richard Halpin, President.
All right, thank you.
Would you like this?
You can hand it up there.
Okay.
Hi, how are you today? I'm Carter Booth from Community Board 2. I just want to first note that the outline of the disapproval of this does not note that I was at the full board meeting just to point out. I wanted to address the traffic issues. This traffic study from Sam Schwartz Engineering has sort of been recycling quite a bit because this is the third or fourth time it's been used, and I believe it's based on trip generation from Osteria Marini, which is smaller than this, and also in Lafayette. I'm sure you recall that location, and the numbers of patrons coming in and out of the restaurant are based on that location, and I don't know, that's across the street from a subway station, and it has a very different access. So I think that the trip generation information is really inadequate as well. And another thing that the traffic study doesn't address is the average speeds. You know, this area, this corridor in Bowery is currently under study as part of the Bleecker-Bowery Houston traffic study that's being conducted by the New York City Department of Transportation. The average speeds are less than 8 miles an hour, 10 miles an hour. I mean, really slow times. I think, Commissioner Green, that you had noted that during the last hearing, remembering sitting in traffic at this location quite a bit. And the numbers that these traffic studies show seem low, but that's because nobody's moving. And I think that you know, when you take that into account, that's the max. You know, when you get up to 900 vehicles an hour, I don't think it can handle any more traffic. So when you see this really high numbers, it really isn't telling the full picture. There's also a canal area transportation study had indicated the intersections with the most crashes involving pedestrians occurred along the Bowery, which carried high volumes of traffic. The Bowery is a relatively wide street with no median. You know, this is a pedestrian area. There are accidents. The Bowery has, I think, some of the highest going up and down incidences of pedestrian accidents. And I just wanted to address that because traffic was one of the issues that was here, and I don't think that this traffic study really presents very much information.
Mr. Booth, one of the things I'd like you to address in your comments is that this operator obviously has a very good track record as being a responsible operator and a responsible member of the community, and should not that carry some weight here?
You know, I think that because I wasn't mentioned as being at the last meeting, that's something that we acknowledge. They're good operators. You know, there's no issues with the particular operator, except, you know, the issue was not them at all. It was the fact, you know, the other issues were that this is going to be the fifth license in this building. Tonight, Community Board 2, there's one restaurant wine license. Tonight, Community Board 2 is hearing a request from that applicant for an upgrade to a full on-premise license for a pizzeria. We have a billiards hall, which is around the corner, that just was at Community Board 2 months ago, asking to add 140 patrons into an expanded space in the basement. You know, there's a point where one building, you know, how many liquor licenses can it have, and how many people can it actually have in the space? I think that when I was last year, I had said that the proposed numbers here with everything are almost 700 people, you know, when you add up everything, and that's the legal numbers, you know, as far as what the DOB says. And oftentimes, as you're fully aware, and I'm not pointing out any particular business, but, you know, they do operate quite full, and oftentimes they're over capacity. That's not unusual.
Yeah, and please don't single out any particular business.
No.
We wouldn't want to do that.
And, you know, and I think that also what Ms. Campo had said, you know, as far as I used to live on the Bowery a little bit north of this location, but she's absolutely correct. Most of these buildings that don't look like people live in, almost every single building has their loft tenants. You can't find that on, if you look on the C of O or anything else, they're all interim multiple dwellings. If they haven't gotten their updated certificate of occupancies, they're not counted as residences. And that's one of the issues, because they're not counted in city service counts for schools, et cetera, which is why you see Soho not having many schools. You know, as well, one of the licensing issues in density, the number of restaurant wine licenses in this area has exploded. As you
fully aware, that there's not much, whatever the community board's recommendations are, there's not much that gets in the way of the issuance of those licenses. And, almost every single space in this area that's coming up for rent, and not necessarily on Bowery, but within all of the cross corridors, is becoming licensed premise. Well, maybe not on premise. There's still eating and drinking uses, and frankly, just adding another 150 people on the Bowery in this area, the picture that's presented doesn't quite match when you start looking into what this area has become. And I think that, again, the fifth license in this building is a bit over the top. And this is...
So tell us about the other licensees. You mentioned one is a pizzeria.
Right, one is a pizzeria, one is the Randolph Beer, which now has a full on-premise license. The other... Is
that a tavern, or would it be more of a full-service restaurant?
In reality, or what they present, I don't know if it's... I would think of it personally as a little bit more tavern style, but I think that same principle has two locations, Randolph Beer and then the Randolph at Broome, I believe is the other one. That's also a high-end cocktail type business, but not with a full kitchen. This is a pizzeria, have the billiard parlor, which has food, but less and less billiard tables as time goes on. In the area, as you're fully aware, there's plenty of fine dining. It's not, you can have many different unique twists on fine dining, but that's certainly not, there's not a lack of fine dining in this area. And the other issue with this, while we have a few people that came and spoke in support of these operators who are very good, we never received, the community board, as far as I'm aware, any updated information or reflected, amended, changes in the method of operation or anything, along those lines. I'm not even really completely familiar with what the changes are, but I think that
they're offering to reduce the hours of operation to 2 o'clock for the upstairs and the downstairs, except for Thursday, Friday, and Saturday downstairs, where they'd still go till 4.
Okay.
And then somewhat of a reduction in the occupancy upstairs from 116 to 104, and downstairs from 67 to 50.
Okay, so it's still a large premise, and I also don't think that there's necessarily for this type of operation that much business earlier in the week, at the later hours. So, they'd probably close anyway, as most other places do. To address the speakers who were speaking, adding art into a restaurant, or hiring, utilizing some of the other services in other areas like ACE and things like that. Those are great things. People are good people, but I don't think it rises, a lot of these issues really rise to, they do all these things, therefore they should be granted a full on-premise liquor license.
You're right to the extent that there is a statute that sets forth the standard, and it talks about things like traffic and noise and congestion, and it's pretty specific. Right. And it doesn't really talk that much about the nature of the operator or what their good works are.
And then lastly, I just wanted to point out, because I know that you're both familiar roughly with this location, if you were to think, hey, I'm going down there, from whatever area, and you think to yourself, where's the nearest public transportation, doesn't really pop into your mind, and that just goes back to address the traffic issue, that this really is a location that is going to be have an impact on traffic, because people will take, cabs, private car services.
Which would be the nearest subway stop?
It would, I guess, the Grand Street? Grand Street. Yeah, the Grand Street.
And that would be how far away, would you say?
A few blocks away.
2 blocks, yeah.
Just Grand Street is that close? Okay.
Yeah, but this is my point. It's not an area that's that familiar to people. And the target clientele, these are people who have disposable income, and they will take taxis. And everybody who opens here is neighborhood spot, but there's only, so many places to fulfill the needs of the neighborhood. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Anybody else in opposition want to speak?
Yes, my name is Jean Standish, and I'm Vice Chair of the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors, and I appeared here at the initial hearing. And I wanted to state that, once again, the Bowery Alliance of Neighbors opposes the on-premise liquor license for the ground floor and basement at 146 Bowery being proposed by the Bowery Restaurant Group, LLC. And this liquor license also was denied by the SLA on August 13th, 2013. So what is there to reconsider? The Bowery has a serious problem in regards to the oversaturation of bars in this district, which is creating significant quality of life issues for the community. Unfortunately, as it stands now, the Bowery has become a serious nightlife destination, bringing with it all the mayhem that implies. And I also wanted to mention a number of our members are artists who live in the immediate area, and they need peace in order to create their art and have a decent lifestyle, which is not possible with the proliferation of liquor licenses. And I don't want to reiterate what I stated the last time with the saying that about the numerous problems of all the licenses within this area. And once again, this application does not offer any public interest or benefit for the community, and therefore should be denied.
All right, thank you. That's all the opposition. Ms. Pisetsky, if you want to respond.
And I'm going to try to be as brief as I possibly can.
And what you might want to focus on is what's different now, as the last speaker said, what's different now than, say, in August of last year.
Okay.
What's changed now that should change our minds?
Okay. First of all, before I get into a few other points, I'll respond to you first, Mr. Chairman. And what has changed is that we have reduced our numbers significantly. We have reduced our hours significantly.
But I agree with Mr. Booth's comment. Closing at 2 on a Tuesday night instead of 4. I don't see that as a big deal. Well, if you were at 2 o'clock down the line, including in the basement, that's significant. I don't think closing at 2 instead of 4 on Tuesday.
It is a big deal because you have heard, because I've heard, dozens of people appear before you. Maybe they won't be open till 2. Maybe there's no business until 2, beyond that time. But the fact is, what we applied for originally would have given us the right to do that, and we have foregone that right. But I've heard dozens of people, because I'm here for a lot of board meetings, come and say, well, it's not just what we can sell in those hours, but there are serious drinkers that will go to a place, and if they know that they've got to leave at 2 and they want to drink until 4, that isn't the place that they're going to be going to, because they're going to want to be where they can be. You hear it with sports bars, people saying if they can't stay till the event is over, we're going to lose all their business. Well, that's us too. We're giving up the business of people that might come there just to drink and want to drink for 4 hours. Those are...
You're not giving that up on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday night.
We're keeping it for 3 nights, for no more than 50 people at a time, no standees. But you've heard many sports bar applicants come before you and they say, well, the events end at 4. Nobody's going to come to us to watch sporting events because they got to leave in the middle of the event, and so they're going to go a place that goes to 4.
What sporting events end at 4?
All of the soccer stuff. I've sat here and listened to it when they talk about World Cup.
Once every 5 years the World Cup.
So we have given up a lot. We've also given you a traffic plan, and it really is. It borders on slander for somebody who has no background in dealing with this issue to say that an outfit like Sam Schwartz Engineering can be bought and they're going to write what the client wants them to write. That, you know, to say that without having a counterpoint to it, like I know how to do a traffic study and this isn't true, you know, is ludicrous.
Well, what about the point that the point of reference used was a point near another location? It's near a subway station.
Okay. Well, let's put everything into context.
What about that?
That subway station
point?
is 2 blocks away. It's closer to the location than Michelle Campo lives. It's further from the location. Jean, I forget her last name now, who addressed you last, she lives on 7th Street and 2nd Avenue. So we got a closer subway stop than the people who are complaining about this place, which in counterpoint makes no sense to me. You also have a letter from somebody 700 feet away who's on the other end of the hotel building. It's another world, who is not going to be impacted by this place at all. Yet the nearest substantial residence to this place, the Ice House, is entirely in favor of this. We don't deny that there are apartments above the storefronts on the Bowery. We've never said that that's not true. But have you heard one single opponent of this application say, I live in a storefront in the blocks, on the block south of this, across the street? It's all complaining.
How do you address the argument? And again, we're dealing with the 500-foot issue.
Right.
That's the problem here for your client.
Understand that.
You've got a statute that, you know, that places a burden on your client. So the issue, one of the issues, probably the paramount issue, is saturation. How do you argue that there's not saturation when we're talking about putting the 4th license in the same building? How do you address that?
The law speaks about 3 as triggering the law. As you would know,
better within 500
feet.
Well, I'm asking you, does a 4th license in one building, when Mr. Booth makes the argument, if that's not saturation, he doesn't know what it is. How do you address that argument?
The way I would address it in 2 different ways. As far as the other places within that building itself, Mr. Booth quite properly states that neither of them are restaurants of this ilk. They are basically taverns that have some food, don't have kitchens, and are basically taverns. That this is a true restaurant to be operated by people that operate restaurants, that have the support. When you talk about public interest, you know, to put it into grade. And yeah, I mean, it's a different world. I know you got, okay, please. Okay, so you have a number of organizations with laudable purposes, training of people who are unemployed, giving jobs to people who are disabled, giving an outlet for people in the art world. There's probably a crossover of membership between Ms. Standish's group and the art group, but you can't have 100% support, 100%, but she herself is a mile away. I mean, why is she important to this process? The fact is that while this place is significantly different, no matter how they might characterize it as just another outlet for liquor, it is different. The menu shows they're different. The menus at their other locations show that they are different. Now, 500 feet triggers the law. There's no questioning that. But you would know, the two of you would know better than anybody, that there are areas of New York City that have 60 locations within 500 feet. We have a handful. The Bowery itself, and I made this point last time, you know, is full of vacancies where the lighting industry used to be. And we truly believe that in dealing with this issue, that businesses don't necessarily generate the addition of food and beverage outlets. The availability of food and beverage outlets and the creation of some people that have money that would come to a restaurant like this will trigger a reinvigoration of retail on the Bowery. The lighting industry isn't coming back. And when they talk about traffic on the Bowery, Mr. Chairman, you go back as far as I do, when there wasn't a single food and beverage thing there. You went down the Bowery during during the chief traffic hours of rush hour, when people are going over the bridges and tunnels. That's where the real volume comes from. This place isn't going to create any real volume. Will they add 12 cars an hour, as per the study, to the volume that's already there? Sure they will. But it's a spit in the ocean. That's always been that way. It's the bridges and tunnels and the way the streets are configured and the way that they're maintained and the potholes that create all of that. It's not this restaurant that's going to create a traffic problem there. The unique twist to this place, because somebody used that word, isn't that it's a restaurant with food. You know, it does have that, certainly, not like the other places in the neighborhood. What's unique about it is their commitment, and I believe this goes to public interest as much as anything else, is their commitment to the organizations that train disabled people, that look for employment for disabled and homeless people. I think that is clearly in the public interest. If they were to open this restaurant without liquor, they couldn't support those kinds of things. You know, they couldn't exist, obviously. Nobody can, let alone be able to support those kind of endeavors. And I think to listen to people, you know, they made their own case that, you know, it's 2 blocks away to the nearest subway station. Well, all their support, or less than that, all the opposition here is from further away.
All right, you've made that point now. You're going over.
Peter just wants to.
So let's wrap it up.
Public benefit and everything. Our method of operation, I think, clearly situates that. I think the twist is that this building is 1 block long and faces 3 different blocks. When everyone says 4 licenses in one building, it's not 4 licenses in a storefront. All right, we are the only license on Bowery. Our method of operation is true. What I said before about the seating only is true. And one of the issues that we take with the law is the having people to leave. If we were able to say that people were not allowed in after 2 o'clock in the morning, that would be completely fine. If I have to go as far as cutting the hours on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday downstairs to 2 o'clock in the morning, I will do that right now if we need to do that, because I'm in the customer service business, and I just don't like to tell people that they need to leave, okay? And I felt that I could give myself an option. If I have to take that option away, I have plenty of a leg to stand on in what I've gone through up until this point to explain to a person why they would have to go at 2 o'clock in the morning.
All right. That may be helpful. Yeah, do you want to say anything? Then I want to wrap it up, because we still have other people who are waiting.
The last issue, which I had forgotten to mention this time, is the expansion into the basement. The basements all over, as you know, people are expanding down in the basements. These areas were not, nothing was designed to be in basements. And as you know, basements are more likely to have issues in this area, and that's not a stretch of the imagination. In fact, most of them have had issues at one time or another, or been source of.
This operator.
I understand, but
you would foresee something like that happening?
It's oftentimes not the operator, it's the customers. And, as much as people say, the operators say that they're going to try to control the customers, it's the customers. They're the ones who are allowed, not the operators.
But I think the operator does come into play to some degree. For example,
I don't disagree.
When we hear about, vomiting in the streets, that's operators who are over-serving people.
Absolutely. I'm just pointing out that the basements, the expansion, and that's why the numbers have gone up in this area.
I don't disagree with your general concern, and if you noticed, more than a few of my questions concern the basement. All right, we're gonna wrap it up now.
I agree. Other than the safety of the basement, I'll leave that to the building.
All right. We'll go from there.
I think I mentioned it before, the issue with the operator. That's not what my concern. Just the proof is really in the locations you already have licensed, and you've run those well. And I would think that this one would be the same. But when I read the board materials or the additional information that you're just reducing your maximum occupancy by less than 20 people, it wasn't all that convincing. and then to keep it operating till 4 a.m. Now you say you're going to reduce it till 2. I don't know if that makes an impact on the community board, especially when you dismiss one person that may live further out, but the community board still opposes this method of operation.
Could I respond to that?
Go ahead.
Yeah, I don't know, Commissioner, if you've ever been to a community board meeting, but a lot of it,
I have.
A lot of it is, it's who talks the loudest.
I'm sitting in the back with the glasses.
It's who talks the loudest, and very little from, there are people, there are regulars, particularly a community board too. And,
you've worked hard to get a council person to...
Yeah, it's not easy for a council person.
I would think you would try to appease a community.
There is...
Wait.
I'm sorry.
I would think you would try to appease a community that is trying to, have some control over licensing in their area, and I don't fault them to that extent. It's painful because I know you're an operator that has premises that operate well. So it's a catch for me where I know that you can operate well without violations. But what concerns me is that this is an area that have licenses that don't stick to their word. And I'm stuck with an option of, is it in the public interest? And the public's telling me, no, it's not.
But the public also are those people that don't have a voice. It's easy for a Michelle Campo or Gene Standish to come down here, don't live anywhere near the place, do not necessarily, or I don't know their families, have anybody that could possibly be trained, that does not have a job because they don't have the right training, does not have a job because nobody's willing to employ them because of lack of skills. And I believe that their ability, particularly,
is wonderful. What they do is wonderful.
And the residents across the street, the closest residents to this establishment, have come here to support this application.
Yeah, I think the offer to reduce the basement hours, just for discussion purposes, to reduce the basement hours, I think is significant. And I think the support that was voiced by the community organizations, I think it does count for something, because they're in this community, the people they service are in the community. So I do take that into account. For me, the 4 o'clock in the basement is off, is not on the table.
I don't know if I'm sold on 2, though.
But I think the offer to close the basement at 2 it carries some weight with me. And again, one of the experiences that we do have is the places that really want to be the bars and the late night hangouts, they can't operate closing at 2 because they won't make it that way. Whereas the places that offer something more than just a place to sit there and and drink till 4 in the morning, I think
why does the basement have to be in operation till 2?
Mm-hmm.
I think that Mr. Poulakakis, adequately explained what it's about.
I would prefer the restaurant to be in operation till 2, but not the basement.
Listen, Peter will talk to you about that. It's not my operation, but it would seem to me that, he's using this mostly for people that come in late. They still have, the ability to go have an after-dinner drink, have dessert, that might come in at 12:30, that he doesn't have to say, eat quick and get out. You can't have an after-dinner drink. You can't have dessert. You can't have coffee. He can move them to the basement.
And my method of operation, you may not be in agreement with. And this is an idea that I just thought was the right way to work things out. Bringing the noise or bringing any type of first floor noise downstairs for the remaining hours was fine. I mean, we can do upstairs 1 o'clock in the morning and then 2 o'clock downstairs. I can work with that. I was trying to find the best way to service my guests and take care of what we needed to take care of.
Because the compromise I want to make is that if people are coming there and you're a restaurant, you want to cater to people while they're having dinner and drinks. I would think if you're upstairs, if you're in that portion, you're having dinner, it's easier to get people out of the place at 2 than to get that from the basement up.
But the
Fair
commitment
enough.
was made to get
Fair
that
enough. If we need to take that approach, then we can stay upstairs at 2:00 in the morning, and I can, for 1 year, maybe for a reconsideration or no reconsideration at all, I can do private events downstairs that are typically corporate events, things like that. We'll keep the ball rolling. Well, no, it's only 50, 60 people, no matter what. So you can do a 5 o'clock. I mean, you know, we'll do our corporate events, but I'll have no public. I'll have no public down there, and I'll just run the restaurant upstairs. If that's the concern that you have, you know, I can deal with these concerns in a setting like this, in an environment like this.
I would prefer to close downstairs at 1 and keep that you can operate till 2. The rest of the restaurant. I mean, because I don't even think a noise is going to be an issue. Moving 50 people downstairs, you'll still be able to utilize the portion of the restaurant.
I think the only issue at this place is increased traffic, and that's why I don't think it matters if they're upstairs or downstairs. And I can understand his argument that it's nice to go. I mean, it's a restaurant morphing a little bit into a lounge, but if it ends at 2:00 and it's a good operator, I'm comfortable with it. I mean. Yeah, well, it's all right. But to me, it's a little bit doing it backwards if we're closing the basement sooner than the restaurant.
But I would think you can utilize the top portion of the restaurant because it seats more until 2.
I suppose by shutting down the basement earlier, you're limiting at least everybody, you know, having more people coming out at the same time, I suppose, by staggering the hours.
Because I couldn't help it over here.
No, I'm talking purposely to the microphone.
Yes, okay.
This is an open meeting. That's why the dialogue between Commissioner Green is I want it to be
What we would
accessible.
be willing to do downstairs in exchange for letting it stay open till the same 2:00 as the upstairs is that at 1:00 we would say nobody can go downstairs except people that have had a meal upstairs. Nobody will come in from the street. It will be limited to people who are already customers of the restaurant portion at that time.
So I like that concept to the extent that they like the idea of somebody.
The street and coming in.
Yeah, and so I think it helps the community, but also it helps them employ their concept of, you know, it's like I'll have dinner with my wife, and then we go into this little room where we have our tea after dinner. And to the extent that they have that same concept where you eat in the restaurant and then maybe you go downstairs and you have an after-dinner drink in the lounge, I don't think there's harm in interfering with that. And if they're reinforcing that that's what again, they're putting their money where their mouth is by saying, we won't let you walk, we won't let you go to Rosen's alcove if you haven't had dinner with his wife in the dining room first.
Great name for the
Then I think that adds some credibility I think it adds credibility to their business model. So I mean, that would be okay with me if it is with you.
It's at least, if you can guarantee.
We do that. It's not unheard of. We've done hotel licenses, in fact, with the Community Board 2 stipulation, where we said that the bar will be only open after a certain hour for hotel guests, so we can't, you know, so it's not unheard of. It's not unique.
And we're ultimately reducing the number of people coming out of we're reducing the number of customers, ultimately.
That's the unfortunate part.
But from the community's point of view, the good news is we're reducing the number of people coming out of the place.
I just have an additional comment.
And you know, the limos that come there.
Then that's not on the table. They're not doing.
That was only an alternative if we couldn't use the downstairs.
Yes, that's not on the table. All right. If you're saying that you're going to limit individuals coming in from outside to just automatically go to that basement location, only individuals that are having dinner that would be able to
after 1 o'clock
occupy that space?
Yes.
All right, I'll give you the 2 o'clock.
Okay.
All right, and that should be doable because you were saying that basically the basement is more or less by reservation in effect anyway.
Yes. It's seating only.
So it shouldn't hurt you.
Yeah, it'll work.
Yeah.
It'll work.
All right.
All right.
So
It'll work well.
all right. So this will be the understanding, this will be what's on the license. Closing time will be 2 o'clock every day of the week, upstairs and downstairs. And on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, access to the basement will be denied customers who are not accessing it from having had dinner on the first floor, but from the street.
Correct.
And but again, they will be 2 o'clock for both. Is everybody agreed with that?
Just the basement's only going to be open Thursday, Friday, Saturday?
No, the basement and the restaurant are open
every day
till 2 o'clock every day. Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, the basement from 1 to 2.
Right, that I have.
On Thursday, Friday, and Saturday will only be accessible to customers who are already on the premises on the first floor, but not to customers coming in from the street after 1 o'clock. So it's just a place for the customers to go after 1 o'clock if they want to go from the first floor to the basement. So basically, the basement is closed to the public after 1 o'clock on those days, other than people who are already seated in the rest of the rest. 2 a.m. All right?
Thank you.
All right, thank you. I'm sorry, I can't.
I didn't see any DJ.
That's already the
No
way.
DJ then.
Yeah, there's no DJ, right?
Oh, okay.
That's already.
Yeah, there's no.
Yeah. Okay, so I think that's it then, all right?
Okay.
Everybody understand? Thank you all.
Good luck.
Who is your other one? Who is it? Elkie was yours.
Yarrow Brothers.
Yeah, I got, somebody had to boot up for you, too.
I do have it here.
Everybody's got something. I don't know who is your... It's Rob's case with no opposition. It's 215A, Tadaro Brothers. He did?
All right. We can vote on that anytime.
You want to vote on that while he's not here?
We're voting on something else, a non-calendar matter. I'm sorry, I didn't hear.
I don't know, he just walked out the door, but anyway, we're going to, is this Elkie's turn?
Let's keep going.
Everybody's out of order. 178, El Puerto de Acapulco. I don't know.
178.
178, self-served by Bert Levine. Oh, there they are. Okay. I'll try to get him back, but everybody's waiting.
Hello, Commissioner. My name is Ariel Ferreira. I'm a representative for the owner. The owner is sick, but he's not present.
We've got, just 1 minute, we've got the community board was asking for more time, weren't they?
Yeah. They were going to meet again on the 16th? Are you from the community board?
You want to step up? Let's just see what the status is with the community board.
Okay.
Yeah.
My name is Edmund Rosenbaum, the Secretary, Community Board 3 Queens. Originally, the way we understand this coming in is that the application was submitted under 2 principles. And in September of 2013, we received a 30-day notice with a new owner. So we're not quite sure what the situation is. The original recommendation was for denial back in, I believe it was 2012. And based upon the new 30-day notice, we're bringing the application under the owner, Jose Campis, to full board review on Thursday.
We don't have an application from a campus. I'm sorry?
Okay.
All right. Let's hear his explanation then.
So I just came on board to represent the client, and what happened was they submitted this application before. Whoever was doing the application in the past disappeared on them. In the process, there was they sold, the other 2 owners sold the business and corporation to Jose Campis. However, we were calling to find out what was the status of the previous application to see what was going on. Then we both received a letter to come here today.
Because no one ever withdrew this
Yeah, because nobody, so we're just following.
All right, so they'll withdraw the application, they have to file a new one. All right, so we're just going to withdraw the old application with the prior owners.
Okay.
You'll withdraw that, and then you go through the process with the community board. All right?
He's this one, I think, isn't he?
Is he the one who's listed on here?
No, he's
the
not.
owner?
All right, so we'll just do that.
All right, thank you.
All right. Yeah, these guys have bad history. No, they got some, he's the real applicant.
Who? Which one is hers? Oh, it's not her. That's one of the next ones.
The names changed.
So the clients must have signed in before her, so trying to figure out who's who here.
All right, moving on.
All right. Find out which one is hers, okay?
I know there was
You just realized that about board meetings?
Very well.
Next.
Okay, 215A, Tadala Brothers. This should be quick. The number's hers.
Which one is this?
I think, yeah.
Oh, Jamie went to go.
215A.
215A.
15A, all right.
You know, I was on Romper Room. I have to, I don't have a video. I'm going to have to find it. I loved it. Loved it. Restaurant wine.
All right, go ahead.
Yeah, these are premises that are currently licensed with an A license that we've added some seating in an effort to deal with what people want and to make it an RW.
I don't have a problem with the RW, but the only thing I want, and I don't know what Commissioner Green's feeling is yet, obviously.
They are aware they cannot sell wine to go. Mr. Bookman has had that discussion with them. They
That's
are
my
very well aware
concern,
of it.
because we have problems with venues like this, with selling, if they sell wine to go, they're not going to have any license.
They understand that. I know that Mr. Bookman's had that discussion with them.
All right, on that understanding, it's approved.
Okay,
Good luck.
thank you.
Good luck. Yeah, no, this is a nice little market. Me too.
You did give it to me, right?
Such yummy stuff.
It's a good one. It listed there, but I'll look for it, okay? 123, 1 Ortega.
That's all.
23.
23.
This menu and the food prep. Hi. Do you have pictures? Oh, great.
State your name, just so the record's clear, please.
Juan Ortega from 2152 Westchester Avenue.
So what do you have?
All they needed was a food prep, right?
Yep. Thank you.
What's on the food?
You've got hamburger on the menu. Do you have a grill that you're making on?
I want to put them in a microwave oven.
You make hamburgers in the microwave?
Frozen rolls. Yeah.
Go have the hot dog.
If they were veggie burgers, it don't make a difference.
What do you think?
5,000.
All right. We'll vote on a penalty then. Is that it?
Yep.
All right, 5,000.
Wait, you have a penalty of 5,000.
You still had you were breaking the law the way you were operating, so the penalty is going to be $5,000. You'll get a letter. You'll have about a month to pay.
All right.
All right.
You have
You're
6
withdrawing
violations.
1 and
We're
6.
going to
Withdrawing those
dismiss
charges
1
too?
and 6.
Yeah. Yeah.
Dismiss.
All right. All right. Thank you.
Okay. 197, the wine cellar. Oh, sorry, the Vine Wine Cellar.
What was that,
Good
197?
afternoon. This is an application for a wine and liquor store at 4638 Merrick Road in Massapequa, New York. With me is Lynn Meone. She's one of the principals. She's currently one of the principals of the Vine Wine Bar, an on-premise wine bar on Merrick Road, a little bit further away. And so she and her partner are looking at opening up a boutique wine store that sort of builds on the brand in the same vein that the wine bar is. Sort of focusing on more unique, I think as the website said, to get out of your comfort zone, try some new wines, try some different wines, definitely focusing on, boutique wines and a handful of sort of artisanal spirits, nothing mainstream. All the 4 closest stores are traditional package stores with solid sales.
Is there anyone here in opposition? There were no protests. I had some concern only because the 2 closest stores are also on Merrick Road, and they're a half a mile away and 6/10 of a mile away. And they have sort of, one has increasing sales, the other has declining, but they are larger, and I think your explanation is somewhat compelling. We'll approve it. Good luck.
202 San Ramon Restaurant.
This one really got I think a late offer.
No, it's a different representation.
Oh, yeah.
My name is Judith Paulding of Counsel to the Law Office of Michael Solomon. And this is Mr. Luna. Go ahead.
My name is Claudio Luna. I'm the owner of San Ramon.
Yes. We're here today. Mr. Solomon's office was only retained on Friday afternoon. So if I don't have an answer to one of your questions, I apologize.
Well, I've got one question. That is, this was the default when it came before us, and we need to know why the licensee defaulted, because or else we may just impose a penalty today.
Yes, and not only that, but there's a case on for the 28th. That's also a default, and we're going to vacate the defaults and to enter a plea of not guilty.
And what is the excuse for the default?
Mr. Mason was representing, and he was dealing with Mike Amarito, who I believe is out on sick leave now.
Yeah.
And apparently, I obviously don't know. All we had was the petition, but he was not advised that he was in default. He was not advised that not guilty was ever pled. And Mr. Mason just didn't appear, apparently.
Mr. Amarado is out sick now, but he was around until about a week ago. And this matter was defaulted on quite a while ago.
Yes, but my client had no knowledge of that because Mr. Mason didn't tell him that. And apparently there was something scheduled for the 3rd, and he did come down here in the afternoon after Mr. Mason advised him he wasn't appearing.
Sorry?
The 13th was the pleading date. The pleading was due by November 13th.
Yeah, but I'm talking about January 3rd. I say he had no knowledge of any of this.
Was there any issue about problem? Because
on the board meeting for January 3rd. And then
Mr. Mason asked for an adjournment.
If it would be helpful, I also have a lot of the issues with the Freeport and stuff have been taken care of. I have pictures of the building itself. I have the violations.
All right, so do you want to send this back for a hearing? I mean, we're not going to... I'm sorry?
She said not guilty.
So let's send this back for a hearing then. All right. We'll send this back for a hearing then to counsel's office. You'll be notified of a hearing date.
Thank you so much.
But let's move this. These are serious charges, and this licensee has a bad record. He's had his license since 2011, and he's had some very serious charges, and this is just the latest of them. So I don't want this to linger.
But this is in Freeport, so we'll have to be scheduling it in Mineola for the police officers there.
I'm sorry, I can't hear you.
All right, so there may be some logistics. Okay.
There were offers made to settle this to the fines and stuff.
Indicated
there was money offered that apparently wasn't accepted in fines. So they had been trying, but somehow the ball got dropped.
Next, in 2 weeks?
Yeah, and then we'll decide what to do with that.
Okay.
Yes.
Can we,
Just want to clarify.
just so that
All right, so this is going to counsel's office. You'll have to be back on the 28th, and we'll decide what to do with the other matter. It's not before me now. I mean, maybe, I don't know what it involves. Maybe we won't want to put that over indefinitely. Okay?
I was advised that the calendar wasn't done for the 28th, and that shouldn't be a problem.
Yeah, I'm sorry?
I was advised by Robert Buckley downstairs that the calendar wasn't done for the 28th, and that shouldn't be a problem getting
Well, I trump Mr. Buckley. Be here on the 28th, please.
Okay, thank you. For the time being, though, you would like us, you're accepting our plea of not guilty and...
Yeah, and this one's going back to counsel's office, and your client will get his hearing.
Thank you so much.
Yep. And we'll see you on the 28th.
28.
180 Five Star Food and Beverage.
Good afternoon, Thomas McCowan here with Ashvini Gohal, application for new on-premises liquor license. Good afternoon, Commissioner Green, Chairman Rosen.
Oh, I had 120. What was the number?
180.
Oh, 185.
Yeah, I thought you said 185. I put 185 also. It's 180?
It's Five Star Food.
Oh, 180.
That was the name of the premise.
180.
Oh.
Five Star Food and Beverage Company.
I thought I had you.
No, you didn't.
Looks like a long ride home.
It really is. So glad it's not my ride.
I'm keeping my mouth shut because I'm just a passenger.
Okay, application before you is for new on-premises liquor license. As I mentioned, Ashvini is here today to address any of your questions. There's a bit of a chronology here. Application was filed in April of 2012. The premises is complete, which I can document through photographs. Due to a number of issues with the Department of Buildings, there were delays, and the application needed to be withdrawn. Refund issued and refiled, so we couldn't meet the condition of a compliant letter of no objection on that date.
The community board is opposed.
They're concerned.
Yes, they're concerned. And it is a 500-foot cage.
Correct.
So that raises some concern on my part. What's been your contact with the community board?
It's interesting that you mentioned that. I was quite surprised that this was, in fact, on the agenda. We had filed and we were approved. And when I refiled the application, it was withdrawn without prejudice. When I refiled, I did speak to a representative at the community board, and she made inquiry as to why we had the second notice, and I explained to her that we couldn't satisfy the conditions on a conditional letter of approval, and we needed to refile. And I said, is there any meeting scheduled, any questionnaire, is there any opposition? And she said, no, I just needed to clarify why we have a second notice. That was the only communication I had with the community board, and it seemed innocuous. So with the prior approval, no communication. The second one just seemed to be a clarification.
Approved an Indian restaurant on Bell Boulevard last month with community board opposition.
Yeah, well, and the problem with the letter from the community board is it really doesn't get into the specifics. You've seen the letter. It just
yes.
It just cites the Padovan law and says they believe in it, and they're concerned because there are other licenses. So it really doesn't give us much of substance to consider. So have you voted?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, we'll go.
I approve.
I approve it too.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Thanks for your patience.
179 JCC SM Incorporated.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
It's an application for a new package store. It has just come to my attention that some of the materials that I sent up to the members last week did not make it to you. So I've got some copies here with me.
Okay.
Okay, you can talk while we're looking at this.
So the application's for 45 First Avenue. I have with me today Mr. Jorge Arias, who's the sole owner and operator of the space. Mr. Arias is a certified sommelier. He's worked as a beverage director, wine consultant for a number of different restaurants. He has also been a principal on a liquor store license previously, so he's got experience. That was just a few years ago. He saw an opportunity here, given that on First Avenue, which seems crazy, there is no package store for 6 blocks going one way and 6 blocks going the other. So you have a void between East 9th Street and Delancey where there is no other package store. There was one a couple storefronts away that has since gone out of business. So there seemed to be a good opportunity here for Mr. Arias to come into the space. You'll see in the materials I've provided, he's very experienced, very familiar with the different types of wines and liquors. He's looking to offer things that the stores in the neighborhood that are somewhat close to him do not offer. This is a very densely populated area. He's made trips to these stores, so have I. We found that at one store you actually have to pass through a turnstile, drop your bag. It's not a very comfortable customer experience, and he's looking to provide a better experience.
Okay, I think we can vote on that.
There's no protest. It's 710 square feet. I approve.
Yeah, I approve. The other stores again, aren't on this street, as you pointed out. They have good sales. We'll approve it. Good luck, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you.
205, JB Max.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
You guys are probably tired, so
So he wants to pass?
just I'll shut up and let you guys work.
No, I'm feeling fine. A little aggressive.
I'm afraid of that, actually. I didn't think you got enough of that aggression out before.
On behalf of Deputy Commissioner O'Brien, we were just wondering if you're prepared.
I am prepared, yes.
All right, good. It's an offer of $7,500?
500.
Yeah, that's offer of 7,500.
Alex.
How about $15,000?
Why are you waiting a second?
I'm just kidding.
No.
Are you okay?
It was supposed 5 and then it went to 75.
We'll take it. All right, the offer's accepted, $7,500.
That's that preparation right there.
161, area Southeast.
Offer of cancellation, the premises is closed and moved on.
Nice, sir. Cancellation and bond is the offer.
161. Okay.
It's a-
Cancel and bond. I accept.
Accepted.
Thank you.
212, Neville Cora.
Offer and compromise. It's 4,500.
I'm okay.
Oh, for the food. You have the photos, right?
Yeah.
I'll accept 4,500.
Accept.
Thank you.
121, Radiante.
This is where it becomes problematic. There is an offer of compromise, I believe, in front of you. I'm asking that we blow right past that.
An offer.
121, we've got a default.
Yeah.
No, I put it
Are you talking about the Radiant LLC? Yeah, we had it as a default.
Wow, I put an offer and I had a conversation with Mr. Buckley, I think it was Buckley, who said he wouldn't take anything, I believe, less than $500, and I put that offer in. I apologize, I did not put that offer in, I refused to. I refused to. You're 100% correct, it is a default. I requested the default be opened, and I asked that the authority take into consideration the fact that this...
Gave her a letter of warning.
Right, and I'm asking that the members consider a letter of warning. And the reason for that is that an applicant who's been there for nearly 15 years...
250.
Why the default?
15 years with an unblemished record. Mr. Chairman, I mean, I know this place very well. It's right down the street
Not
from
even a
me.
little zip? Nothing?
We're unlicensed for almost a month. Yeah, they were.
No
unlicensed from the
priors.
first to the
Unblemished
12th.
history for 15 years.
No priors.
This is a premises that withstood the World Trade Center. This is a premises that every year,
Yeah, this
I
has been a
personally,
restaurant. They've been around for a long time.
go Christmas Eve for 3 seatings. Every year, this guy does for the homeless, Christmas Eve dinner, 3 times a day. I do them.
Okay. Letter of warning. You
That
talked to me
would be
into
very
it.
nice. That would be very nice.
Talked to me into it.
That is a very nice. I mean, this is a really good
Beat me
guy.
over the head with
This is not a,
Right of warning.
it's not Warren's place.
211,
He wasn't going to stop us.
No, it's right up there at Clarence Darrow arguing the Scruggs case, the Scruggs monkey trial.
Point out, though, however, Mr. Palillo did cause our agency to, have an ALJ write a report and
You
with
hate
our
me, don't you?
resources.
You hate me, don't
Well,
you?
how about 250 for Mr. Pereiro?
How about you just come out and say I hate you? It's fine. It'd be so much easier.
okay,
One
211,
more?
Variety Entertainment.
Right. Set off for compromise.
You're not going to talk, right?
No, I'm not going to say anything. You guys are tired.
Offer 1,500.
Yes,
I
ma'am.
accept.
Accepted.
Thank you. See you in a couple of weeks. Have a good night.
Have to go.
128, Jacaranda Club.
Donald Bernstein, good afternoon on behalf of the licensee. I don't know how much fun it's here. It's here at 3 o'clock. I've never been here this
It's an offer of 3,000?
It's an offer of 3,000.
Never pays to be first.
I accept.
It's accepted. Thank you.
Thank you.
And 186 through 189. Carnitas?
There are a number of violations against this licensee. We have offered cancellation and a bond. I think perhaps one of the most significant ones is that it turns out they are within 200 feet of a synagogue. When it was brought to my attention, I did not file this license application. They were always within 200 feet of a synagogue.
And they found out which door they were going to use.
Yes, which is why we were pleading conditional no contest. Once this client came to me with this violation, I told them the first thing they had to do was stop serving liquor, which they did. I believe they continued to serve beer and wine, but they stopped serving liquor immediately. They know they are losing this license. I think that they were relying upon an attorney who self-certified this application. So in light of their immediate cessation of liquor, I would just request that you accept cancellation.
One second. Who submitted?
Anthony DiPaolo.
You asked who submitted it?
Yeah.
Anthony DiPaolo.
Doesn't mean anything else. We'll do the council and bond, but let's do a name stop on the applicant. Anything from that applicant comes to the board, whatever it is.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I have no other signed-in items.
All right, let's keep going.
124.
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
125.
Dismiss.
Dismissed.
126.
2,500.
25.
127.
Offer 4,000, accept.
Accept.
129.
Cancel and bond.
I agree.
130.
Offer 50,000, accept.
Accept.
132.
Offer 3,000, accept.
Accept.
Can I cancel and bond them if they don't pay? They already surrendered, licenses transferred. It's just below my threshold.
Yes.
You know? Okay.
I want to revoke and bond if they didn't pay.
Yeah, that's fine too.
I can do that.
Let's do that.
133 through 135.
Offer of 8,500, accept.
Accept.
136.
I thought that was low. 2009.
Well, they also, never mind, I'm sorry.
Yeah, that counter of 5,000.
I'm fine with that. 5,000.
You said counter offer 5?
Yeah.
Okay. 137.
Offer of 5,500, accept.
Accept.
138, 139.
Offer of 18,000, accept.
Accept.
140.
Offer of 3,500, accept.
Accept.
141.
Cancel and bond.
I agree.
143.
I have a letter of warning.
Okay.
144 and 149.
Offer of cancel and bond, accept.
Accept.
145.
Offer of 5,500, accept.
Accept.
146. I have a request from the attorney for a 2-week adjournment.
Okay.
So that'll be 128.
Yes.
28.
147.
1,500.
15.
148.
I have 55. Oh, actually, I have 7,500.
Yeah, 75. I had that too.
150.
Offer of 3,500, accept.
Accept.
151.
Offer of 2,500, accept.
Accept.
152.
Offer of 500, accept.
Accept.
153.
Offer of 7,000, accept.
Accept.
155.
3,500.
35.
Say 35?
35.
Okay. Oops, another 0. 156.
Offer of cancel and 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
157.
250.
250.
158.
Cancel and bond.
I agree.
159.
Revoke and bond.
Yeah. Is there a bond?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
You should get it.
I don't know why I had a question mark.
160. Just a note on this, between receiving these documents, replacement funds were tendered, but they weren't in guaranteed form. There was another bank check, another company check. So we're sending it back to them, asking them for a...
Let's put it over?
Sure.
Let's put it over 2 weeks?
Okay, 128. 162.
Offer 5,500, accept.
Accept.
163,
Offer 5,000, accept.
Accept.
164,
Dismiss.
Dismissed.
165,
Offer canceling 1,000 bond, accept.
Accept.
166,
5,500.
55.
169,
500.
I had 250. It's a hotel. You want to do 500? I had 250. I don't. Yeah, 250.
Okay.
They look pretty legitimate.
175, we had a request to adjourn, which was granted by the chairman, to 128.
28. I know.
184,
Just glad it wasn't today. Cancel and bond.
I agree.
185, I have a adjournment request from Attorney Sean May for 2 weeks.
Okay.
128.
Mm-hmm. 190,
Cancel and bond.
I'd revoke them, bond.
Okay, I'll
You
do
care?
revoke.
Yeah, it's a default.
okay. 191,
3,000.
191. I thought they were closed. There's something about the business being closed. I was thinking of canceling and bond, maybe. See where it says.
Oh, with the mail? That's why
Yeah.
they defaulted?
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what it sounds
Cancel
like. So
bond.
cancel and bond. Yeah.
okay. You say cancel and bond?
Yeah.
3,000, okay. 193 and 194,
I have a counter of 10,000.
Okay.
got it. 195,
Offer of 8,500, accept.
Accept.
196,
Offer of 5,000, accept.
Accept.
197, this item was carried over to February 11th. It's granted by the chairman.
On
Yes,
it's,
to 11.
yeah, did you say 197 or 198? 198.
198.
Yeah. Okay.
You should be done with 197. 199,
I have revoke and bond.
I agree.
charge 3 withdrawn. Oh, sorry, dismissed.
Oh, I'm sorry.
199?
Oh, charge 3? Dismiss?
Yeah.
Yep.
And 1 to 2.
Yeah.
1
Yeah,
to 2.
1 and 2 revoke and bond.
I agree.
201, I have a request from Attorney Gardner. He was unable to contact his client. He's asking for a 2-week adjournment, another 2-week adjournment.
Okay.
Okay. 128. Uh, 214.
The bamboo?
That's you.
That was Mangoville.
Oh, 214,
Yes, Mangoville. Yep.
201? Oh, okay.
What?
and 214, this is the one where you wanted the licensee to come in and bring the receipt for the ID scanner. He showed up at the licensing window yesterday. He had to appear, he gave me a note for housing court, I think it was, or something.
What did he show up yesterday for?
He asked for an adjournment, but I did ask him to bring the receipt back, because that's the only thing that needed to be presented to the members. I gave him my name, and actually I gave him Dana's number instead of mine. He never came
Can this be
back.
the last time?
Yeah,
More
we sent him a letter, 128, it's marked final, because all that happens is
trying to gather the money.
yeah, we had a penalty, maybe he's just throwing, yeah.
Do you want that? He's got.
So it's
So
marked
this is the
final.
last, let's see if I can get something.
This is the last time.
Yep.
So,
Yeah.
if he's not here on the, what, the 28th?
Yeah.
And that's it.
Last chance. 215F, we had a request for an adjournment. Of note, the license was deposited on safekeeping. However, in the adjournment request, they would like us to wait for their pending
They're trying
court
to go
case.
back to the board, but they've given us the license, though, so we can wait. Okay, 120, so do we have a date?
No, they want their, unless you got
Hold
something
on,
from Dave.
because Dave Edmonds sent an email earlier. Cameron Liquor Store. Letter from applicant's attorney to applicant explaining / clarifying the actions of the City of Niagara Falls Zoning Board of Appeals related to this premise is scanned in now. 3868.
I mean, if they got the license,
Action by
they keep it.
January
Yeah, I don't have a problem. But are we holding it over for, they're still trying to work on
Yeah,
the
they're trying to
zoning?
appeal,
Does
supposedly.
it really look like it's going to happen?
Do you want me to read this to you?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
As to pending court action, my review of the matter indicates that in June 2013, the Zoning Board of Appeals approved your retail store application. The only item of concern for me was the articulation of what type of store. However, that is now part of the record. The Zoning Board has not revoked the variance, although the NF Code Enforcement Officer declared your change of store type to not be valid. Consequently, the second appearance in November centered around the change in the type of store. It was on the day of the hearing in which I was retained to appear. Again, your October 31st application articulated the changed store type, which is part of the record. The tie vote in November permitted you to seek a revote of the November motion to grant, provided it was amended. As you know, we added amendments and submitted same prior to December meetings. At the December meeting, the ZBA did not advance our amended motion, but rather presented its own new motion to deny. This, in my opinion, is not permitted by the statute. The motion to deny was passed, and we have 30 days from the date of filing, 12/19/13, to institute court proceedings. Those activities are underway. While there is no slam dunk in any case, I feel you have sufficient arbitrary and capricious conduct by the ZBA to ask a court to annul the December decision and continue the use variance granted by the ZBA in June. This will be our argument when we are in court. The action must be filed no later than January 17th to be timely, so please be prepared to come to my office and sign papers when called.
Who's the...
It is Robert Restaino.
I don't know the letterhead, is it?
No, it's not really on any letterhead. It doesn't say Esquire.
No. Yes, up here it does.
Oh, it does. Robert M. Restaino, Esquire.
All right, let's put it over for a month and tell them in the letter that we want somebody to appear in a month.
I'll let Dave know, too.
What date is that, February?
2/11 would it be?
2/11. Okay. I have no other items.
All right. So let's adjourn then.